All right, and welcome back to another session of the Legend Gamers Present on the Legend Gamers Network. Fighter 9 in the seat. About to do it again on this date, July 5th, in the year of our Lord 2025. We're going to get on Vagris, the River Realms, the Riven Realms, the Riven Realms. This is one of those bizarre type titles. It's a bit of a strategy game, a resource game, and like we had, like we like to do, text based adventure to a degree. There's graphics and stuff, but looks like a lot of the intrigue occurs with text, and so that's what we'll be doing today. It's going to be a bit of a read session, so be warned. All right. Merry Saturday and all that. Been a pretty decent week, man. I was dog tired between Friday and today, so my timing was off. We're here now, though. I'm gonna post up a post this session up for fun. But let's get in here. So um Vagris. Vagris means something. It is the term for leadership of comitatus, or a group or a caravan in this game. And so you play the role of the titular Vagris. It's a vagrant, a wanderer, but also a leader of the people that are wandering, something like that, as it goes to this game, pertaining to this game. And so this is the area we start in this adventure. And I began to scale out, and I said to myself, holy smokes, man. For the scale, depending on how this is set up, this is possibly one of those forever adventure games. I mean, with it does appear to have a definite end, has a beginning and end story, but it looks like there's a lot of randomness, a lot of randomness that can occur. Excuse me. To set the pace for your daily adventure. So it's like, all right, I'll preview this maybe a few times here. So yeah, we started when I started this game. I was I think I'm like up here, and then we traveled down to this town, Scrap Heap, and then we traveled further south to Avernum, and that's where the story is really starting to pick up. Now, I believe I'm still in tutorial. I think this is still the tutorial mission. So there's that. But as far as the opening goes, you start out with your caravan, and you've been pretty much ordered to head southeast to do stuff. Now let's see. Oh, so this, yeah, I'm still in the process of understanding how some of this plays. Um, I wanted to get to my journal. I think that's here. Maybe. No. It's not there. Right here. It's glossary. Or just J. So these are my tasks. Travel to Avernum to the southeast along the Molten Tongue, which is what we're doing. Escort Knight Sidarius as to the city of Avernern, where we're going, and deliver this package to a man named Scornar in Avernum. So we're doing those right now. Got our caravan outside of Avernum right now, and I'm going to go ahead and target Avernum for entry. The Comitatus climbs a broken ridge, and everyone stops for a moment to take in the grim sight of Avernum, nestled atop and around a range of large hills on the horizon to the southwest. Chimneys of the city's many forges and smelters cast a dark shadow over it, while the lava fields beyond the settlement provide an intense reddish glow as a backdrop. Several crude roads meander among the hills here, probably leading to the mines and quarries you had passed during the last day or so. Time for us to part ways for a while, Vargas. The voice of Sidarius makes you jump a little. For a large fellow wearing heavy armor, he managed to creep up on you without sound. He is standing beside you, gazing at the horizon. I have to make my way into the city alone. My reasons are my own. But before I go, I have a proposition for you. His voice and stature tells you that there is not much point in arguing. You are well aware, of course, that my contingent was betrayed and ambushed out in the wasteland where we met. During our trek back here, I have come to the conclusion that whoever betrayed us had to be someone involved in the investigation I led in Avernum before setting out from the city. Even though I have some ideas where to start looking for traitors, the implications of this despicable betrayal are too severe to attempt to meet it head on. I require secrecy and guile. Most of my remaining allies in the city are too easy to track or recognize, and those responsible could easily make evidence disappear if I am revealed to be alive. Someone else has to provide that guile for us. After a short pause, he looks you in the eye. What I mean is that you, your friend, the mage, and the rest of your crew could be vital in finding the culprits and bringing them to justice. The Empire needs your help, Vagras. Agree to help him for a price. You are not an Almanor, are you? A knowing smirk spreads on Sidarius's noble yet cruel face. Yes, I was expecting as much from the likes of you. But fret not, Vagras. I see that loyalty and dedication to the Empire ought to be rewarded in some cases. You've already proven yourself useful, and I can assure you that your Order of the Black Sun shall not forget that. Neither your continued service. It may not be coin you get, but I think having the Order's support would be eternally more useful in your line of work around the Empire than any material riches. You tell him that such a pledge would be sufficient payment. He nods in agreement. Now, let us part ways and follow my plan. So what is this plan? The plan for now is to make our ways into Avernum separately, so that you won't be associated with me at all. Rest assured that although they do not expect my return, the traitors would be informed at once had I turned up at the city gates. So I have to find an alternate way in. I will send for you once I am settled. Someone trustworthy shall appear and guide you to my... The next words makes him wince. Hideout. We'll talk about your tasks there. You ask him about the belongings of his former comrades, the Knight frowns. That might complicate matters somewhat. He looks thoughtful. Take the holy symbols to the temple of Sir God quietly. You can get rid of the weapons as you see fit, but I forbid selling them at the market. It would draw too much attention to you, and we do not want that for now. Sidarius pierces you with his gaze. I sincerely hope I can trust you with this, Vagras. Woe betide you if you do not comply. With that, he takes his leave of you and waits as you signal the Comitatus to move forward. The knight remains behind to find his way into the city on his own. A quarter of an hour later, Sidarius is only a speck on the horizon, and you are rapidly approaching Avernum. The last stretch before the city awaits you. Sidarius looks like it was removed from your Comitatus and end.
Dark Omens. Ominous apparitions of an otherworldly covenant of spectres, a grim night out for vengeance, time and coin running out slowly. Yet against all odds, we journeyed to the city of Avernum on the Smoulderbone Flats, a place bustling with travellers, merchants, and lowlifes. It was supposed to be a short stop on our way east, but we got more than we bargained for.
All right, so enter Avernum. So we got a tutorial tip here. When occupying a settlement node, you can enter by hitting enter, because of course, let's hit enter. The city of Avernum. You can smell its foul stench even as you approach its mighty gates, set in the dark walls decorated with the bones of gigantic creatures. The dry, sulphurous reek of the region so close to the molten tongue mixes with the bitter, ashen stink of the many foundries and forges in the city. Over the walls, the rooftops and chimneys of the city lean together in a jumble. Buildings on the lower part of the hill are more dilapidated, while the ones near the top are in better condition in general, with a walled-off villa appearing here and there. A group of guards stop you as the Comitatus moves ponderously under the gate arch. While your cargo and men are being checked, you can see several of the grim, black-clad legionaries of the Avernus Legion standing guard beneath the gate's towers, staring at you. Gate taxes 2 changes, the head guardsman says after getting the confirmation from his men that everything is in order. A slave next to him bows to you and holds up the open money box he carries chained to him. We're just gonna pay the tax gate. Having passed through the city gate, you arrive at the cobbled plaza on the other side. You head towards the Mancio, the large inn for Comitati. Without delay, to set yourself up there and have some rest after the arduous journey. In an hour, everything is settled. Your beasts are stable, your cargo is unloaded into the warehouse, and most of your crew is resting already. Just as you are about to head into the common room and order a drink for yourself, Javik approaches you and draws you aside. There's someone here to see you. Boss, someone sent by our knightly friend. Says he wants to talk to you discreetly. She's waiting behind the tables, Javik says in hushed tones. It was foolish to think that you have rid yourself of the Sidarius and his agenda, even for a few hours. But you have little choice. Hear the messenger out. The woman waiting for you in the shadows behind the stables of the Mancio is wearing a large hood and a long cape over a dark gray, featureless tunic. As you approach, she throws the hood back, revealing the markings of someone in the service of Ashkul, god of the underworld, a face painted pale with dark eyeshadow to give the impression of a skull. You suspect that she is a novice attached to the Order of the Black Sun or an acolyte of the Church of Ashkul. The woman looks around furtively. There is nobody nearby, just you and Javik. Greetings from our mutual friend, the Knight Dominus, the young woman says quietly after looking you in the eye. I was sent here to take you to him when you're ready. I'll wait here, just don't take too long. He's very eager to see you. From now on, you can visit Sidarius in Avernum. Before you set out, Javik draws you aside. So it would seem that we'll stay here longer than we had expected. It occurs to me that such a delay would be a strain on our resources, and I rather doubt that our knightly friend cares about that. You have considered this also. Javik goes on as you rub your chin thoughtfully. I was thinking we could smelt the scrap metal we bought. I know it would cost us, but hear me out. Not only does
Smelted metal take up less space in the cargo hold, but it could also allow us to sell a fraction of it for great profit here. It is a loss in the long run, but we have to pay the crew if we are to tarry here, don't we? You have to admit he is making a lot of sense. You could smelt down the metal and sell some of the bars for an injection of coins if need be. The two of you make ready to set out. The Mancio pane is now active. The decanter is the Mancio. Here's what's happening in there. This is the Mancio pane. Mancios are in specialized for Kamatati. When you rest in the Mancio, the day ends, so you'll end the day scene similar to when you camp in the wilderness. You can set your own Kamatatis crew pane on the left to the Mancio stock to the right. You can hire, dismiss, and all that good stuff. I think I get it. I think. Let's see. All right. All right. Rumors. Rumors can be purchased here. Okay, so what's Rumors doing for us? These bits of information can unlock points of interest on your chart, tip you off on bonus opportunities, or give you hints on storyline. So your map, it'll give points of interest on the map, tips on business opportunities, and hints on storylines. Purchase Rumors can be found in your journal under the Rumors tab. Oh, that's tight. Okay, so because I was like, well, I know this game gives you one of the classic journals that you can write stuff in. So I was like, what's that about? Let me do something here. One second, family. Let me see here. Here we go. Yeah, it's a little better. All right. Passengers can sometimes also be found in Mancios, would take their destination to reward you efforts. The passenger's consumption and potential crew. Yeah, combat strength is also shown here. Yeah, see, I messed it. So anyway, moving along. So yeah, this is the management screen. This is how you manage in the Mancio. Let's move along. Back to the story. At Avernum City, on the tip of the molten tongue, guarding the arid, smoke-borne flats, lies the imperial city of Avernum, holding its sun-scorched walls of bone and dark stone. The many forges and furnaces here toil relentlessly, belching foul smoke into smoke day and night under the watchful gaze of the Perfectus, who commands his black-hearted Avernus legion from the imposing Slag Fort. Many Kamatati, merchants, and grifters flock to Avernum in the hopes of finding trade, rest, or work. Often only cruelty and dark deals await them in this corrupt city under burning skies. We got stories here. First things first, let's holler at Sidarius. Go over at his hideout. Sidarius' hideout is in a tumbled-down set of stone buildings about a block away from the Temple of Sergorod. You can reach it by going into the enclosed courtyard of several houses, entering the cellars, and ascending a well-hidden set of stairs. There's always a novice or two down in the cellar on guard duty. The apartment Sidarius occupies is owned by the church, but few know of it, even among the anointed. It is usually used when they have someone to hide, which is fairly rare. It's not well furnished and quite dirty. The knight Sidarius usually sits at a decrepit table or paces back and forth like a black lion. I'm going to ask him, we're going to just report to him here. Let us begin, Vagras. There's no time to waste. You can almost hear Sidarius's teeth grinding as the two of you talk about the investigation. He's clearly on edge of being powerless while confined to his hideout of this hideout of his. He begins explaining the situation after you sit down. When I arrive here on the request of the Order to root out the abolitionists plaguing the region, we assume that they are no more than well-organized gangs laying ambushes on travelers out in the wasteland. Perhaps some idealists and bored aristocrats in the city aid escaped slaves that joined their ranks, but nothing more. A nuisance. Now, I am absolutely sure that quite a lot of powerful people are involved in this whole mess, since they had the audacity and resources to set up a trap for my contingent. That required coordination between the slaves and the slave lovers. Therefore, I conclude that the people my initial investigation involved had to have been in cahoots with the abolitionists. You need to find them and learn all you can about what they are hiding. Because we are dealing with a powerful people, you need to apply subterfuge. There are 3 sources you have to investigate. These 3 targets were all close to the lead that guided us into the armed ambush up north. Who's your first target? Our first suspect is Assistant Magistrate Geludius Darrow. He was the one assigned to my cohort when we took up the investigation in Avernum. He coordinated with local law enforcement and served as a mouthpiece for the Perfectus and his magistrates. I have no doubt that he has to be involved in some way. Getting to him would not be easy, but I figured something related to me and my contingent's fate would pique his interest. Therefore, go to the Slag Fort and report to officials that you have information about my fate. That will almost certainly get you an audience with Darrow. Tell him that you've come across signs of battle and the remains of Segrodites up north. When he asks if there was a Knight of the Order among them, tell him no. You ask him what purpose this would serve other than alerting him and his fellow conspirators. Well, you do not have the powers of a priest of Severgrad at your disposal, but you do have the next best thing, he says with a predatory smile and looks at Javek. Your friend stirs and seems uncomfortable, but nods. I can read his mind. This topic will surely divert his thoughts on the matter, making the scan much easier. Oh, well, that's what Javek said. I can read his mind. The topic of... Who is the second target? Next, we have the Centurion Vardrus Pindius, a drunkard fallen from grace. The old soldier was key to the lead we got in our initial investigation. He had been tasked with leading a patrol in the north reaches between Arenas Inegras and the Molten Tongue. According to his report, they found a track out in the rough terrain and followed them almost to the Voiceless Lake. There, they stumbled upon a sizable camp hidden in the ravines. They turned back because they were severely outnumbered, and Pindius knew that the camp was either outlaws or a liberated tribe. But when they were leaving, they got ambushed by these hostiles. Only 3 soldiers survived, but only Pindius made it back to Avernum. Conveniently, Sidarius frowns. Pindius is now enjoying his leave of duty. I need you to get him stinking drunk and deftly question him about these matters. I am sure that his report is completely fake, but he may let slip who made him lie in the courts. He is a regular at the Rusty Pugio. And what about the third target? Finally, there's the Smelters Collegium. Word is they run half the city, especially its criminals. There were not they were not directly involved in the plot, but whoever armed the abolitionists must have done it through them. Also, whatever the damned slave lovers take from the commissari that fall victim to them has to go through the city's black market, also run by the Collegium. They'd never talk to a Segorodite, but they would talk to you. So see what you can learn from them, but be prepared to be clever or they'll get suspicious. Cenarius puts a copper coin on the table. This should be more than enough for bribes. Use your guile or your sorcerer's telepathy or whatever. I don't care. Just glean from them as much as you can from the abolitionists' contacts in the city. One of their headquarters is the tavern called Gallows Anvil. Now you know everything to start your investigation. We receive 1 league. Cenarius' hideout. Alright, this is the description. I'm giving us options from here. There's a chance he's not going to tell me much on any of these questions, but I do. It looks like I have a journal point here. What's this mean? Codex entry. Oh. Black Knight. Story is in alignment, the Black Knight. Okay, so ask him about the night. So this is something because I got going on in my journal I could ask about. That's interesting. I'm sure. Ask him about the Knights of the Black Sun. The Order of the Black Sun is one of the Ultimus Imperium. As you know, we are adherents of Serogod and Ashkul. We are the best of the best, enforcers of the Empire, hunting down criminals, traitors, guarding our great leaders, and leading military operations. Our judgments are law, and our fury is that of the Emperor. Context. Ooh, and there is a lot of it. All right. Was there anything else you wanted? Let's go over the details of the investigation again. No, we're not going to do that. All right, we're going to leave the hideout and consider our next movements. Now that we've got him out of the way, it's kind of free roam, and from what I can tell, this game holds your hands very little. What is this? This is what I was looking for. So this is the journal. No, this is like a codex. One of these has to be the journal, though. What is this? Land, the cities. Cities page, people page, social page, I guess. And is this a beast? Yeah, this is a bestiary, social panel, cities, lands, and factions. Yeah, it looks like factions. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, this is like my this is not my journal, so maybe this is it. Hey, I found the journal. Cool. So the package. Deliver it to a man named Skornar. Let's do that. Cenarius' hideout. Meet Skornar. Here we go. He can be found at Lavinius's watering hole. Lavinius's watering hole is one of the most notorious establishments of this disreputable district called Scoria. There's no sign or inscription to let you know that the decrepit building at the back of the alley is a tavern, but the putrid smell of cheap booze makes it quite clear nonetheless. You nod to the orc bouncer and enter through the small doorway. The inside of this place is no better. Dirty lichen hangs from a low ceiling, the walls are sticky, and your eyes are watering thanks to thick smoke. Dozens of local derelicts are hunched over their clay tankards. A quick talk with a tainted bartender gains you entry into the back rooms where the Skornar is expecting someone with a package. Talk to Skornar. Time to deliver the package. A sleepy looking Damajahan guard lets you into the back room through a curtained doorway, but Javek has to stay outside. Inside, several motley individuals are playing cards. One of them, a tall man with red hair and beard, rises and sends the others out of the room with a wave of his hand while offering a seat to you at the table. You take a moment to look at each other up and down, before you comply. Skornar is a large man with broad shoulders, long limbs, and a thick red beard, contrasted by his boyish handsomeness. He is clearly not of imperial origin, but if you had to guess, you'd say he wasn't born on the continent. Foreign symbols cover his arms and neck in the form of tattoos. He's wearing a bronze breastplate, and the white-gray fur of a predator is covering his shoulders. An impressive bearded axe with an iron-headed head leans against the wall next to him. He makes no threatening move, yet you can feel he is a dangerous man. "Welcome, Vagras. I am the one called Skordnor, the blue-faced," he says. You did not mention that his face appears to be human color. "I've been expecting someone with a delivery." He sits down across you and pours both of you some ale, smiling. "Can I have it?" "No." You hand him the package. You get 2 insight. Is there a bonus insight, whatever that means? Skornor smiles mischievously as he unwraps the small leather package and carefully observes a golden ring decorated with silver symbols. He wraps it again and pockets the package. "Just checking if it's genuine, more for the craftsman's sake than yours," he says upon seeing your quizzical expression. He salutes you with his own mug and drinks up. You join him. "I am grateful to you, friend. For your part in this, I am sure Notable compensated you somehow. However, you might want to do business with me later, nonetheless. You'll find that I can help you with a lot in this city. I have to leave now. I'll see you around, eh?" With that, Skornor leaves the room through a side door, and you rejoin Javik, going back to the common room. You leave the watering hole for now. Alright, so we got that turned in. I'm gonna get on that investigation soon. I don't know if there's a time limit to that. I do know I'm carrying a passenger that needs to go to another town. And I do know I need to pay my men. So first things first, let's get some money. Oh, let's make some space. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the foundries. They're open for commission. Avernum is a city of foundries and smelters due to its proximity to areas where ore can still be prospected or scavenged out of on the continent. Below the Villa District, the street between the walls and the central hall are stacked with metallurgists, workshops, and smithies. More than anywhere else in the city, their air is almost black with smoke that belches forth from the many chimneys and furnaces. It is unbearably hot here, yet many people flock to here to do business with the smelters and smiths. What is your business here? Alright, let's smelt some stuff. No, I'm gonna see if I'm selling that. Let's smelt the metal scraps. Smelting metal scraps will free up precious cargo space, as it's much easier to pack and store ingots, and you can sell those just as well when you get to Devon, when you only need to pay a small fee to the metallurgists each time they smelt your scraps. Let's smelt a larger amount. Paid 1 leerg. Take your ingots. All right. Oh. Hold on. What's happening right now? Am I full? Is that what's happening? Oh, I think oh hell no. Oh hell no, something. Wait a minute. Shit. That's money. How do I fix that? Oh no. Sheesh. Hold up. No, oh man. Not my supplies. Not the supplies. What are we, 160? All right. Split it. Damn it. Oh no. Okay, that worked. If I got to leave them scales gonna get left. I do not need them that for serious. Why can't it split? So that's a problem. It won't split the it won't give you the split function in here. Well, I mean that's still much better. I need to make some room somehow. All right, let's go. Yeah, I do not wish to smelt any further. Let's leave the foundries and go to the trade hall right quick. That's probably where I should have started. And then let's sell some stuff. Let's sell a little bit of metal scrap. I think I'm gonna sell 1 stack of metal scrap. And I might smelt one more. How much? How are we looking on weight now? 160. Got some bronze. I might sell all that bronze. I'm gonna sell all that bronze. All right, that's freed up some space. We're down to 140. This is the space up here. Down to 140 out of 195, looking good. And I think I'm going to smelt one more stack of scrap because they ain't gonna be able to be doing that too much. So I'm gonna go now to go back to the foundries. Smelt some stuff. Smelt a larger amount. Take your ingots, all good. We're back up to 160. And I think that's all I want to smelt today. Let me get out of here. And I don't want to melt down the armor and stuff. I want to go to the church. He did say check out the church to deal with the church business. I'll let the church deal with church business through there. And I may gain some contacts while I'm out there too. You know, we got a little bit of money. Let me see. Let's go to the decanter. Let's see if we can pay. This is what I would like to do. I would like to pay my my crew, but my guess then is that I'm only going to be able to pay at rest. All right, and let's see. The daily upkeep is 4 copper a day, which is cool. We can manage that with the money that we can make from scrap and stuff. What we have started. Quite a bit of money, and I'll be mindful not to blow it all up as we make our way through this tutorial. My people have been hungry, but we should have the food and the money now. Well, it says we have 1 day worth of supplies. 99 supplies is 1 day worth of supplies. That's crazy. So we need to fix that. That's gonna be one of my next things I need to fix because I've got plenty of money right now. I'm running out of my resources for food. We can't travel with 1 day worth of food, so I gotta fix that. I would like to pay my people. What's this? There's no tooltip for these icons, which is problematic. Crew properties. Chase. Chase is the measure of your crew's skill at hunting down, retreating, or fleeing enemies in crew combat. Interesting. Discipline. Discipline shows how effectively you can apply violence to make your slaves more obedient. Got no discipline. No discipline of capability, apparently. Cool. That's it. And a bunch of interesting areas of interest. Vigilance is your crew's likeliness of discovering ambushes. That's interesting. So then what's this? Enduring effects. Partially defended. Positive additional guards, 1 vigor during camp. Okay, that's cool. Oh, okay. This is, I guess, my crew properties and enduring effects. Yeah, we do have that water. Old man. Max nutrition is 9. My nutrition is currently at 3. That is problematic. We need food. Before I end this day, I need to find where the food is located. What is this? Factions. Oh, I don't have access to that just yet. All right, so let's see. Supplies. We can buy supplies at the market. Boy. I think I'll do that. Let's buy some supplies. Let's give me a real-time loadout. On the days it does not. How do you buy more than one? Shift click to buy 1 stack. To buy specific amounts, shift click on the goods icon. Okay. I hope it gives real-time readouts of how much weight and everything. Oh, there it does, kind of. Let me do 50. Two. 1 space for 2 days. Oh, if I max it out, I can get, it's going to take up 2 slots for 2 days at 4 days. So two for 2. So yeah, 4 days. So I can, that full amount will give me 4 days worth of food, and it's going to take up 2 slots of cargo space from what I understand. So it's 160. That is not what happened. That is not at all what happened. Okay, I wasn't sure how to read that, but I do have the food now. I have 5 days worth of food. That's not cool at all. And it ate up a lot of cargo space to do all that. I may need to figure out how to manage that as well. Maybe sell one more. The sell menu. Yeah, here it is right here. Hold up. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening there. 1 increment, okay. Okay, I got a little bit of money. Medical supplies. Beast lures. Interesting. So I can buy all that kind of stuff here. Dried fruit. Is this like food? Fruit harvested. Consult price history. I don't know. Do they eat this stuff? Does this count towards supplies? Let me see. There's only supplies. Anyway. So you got herbs, linen, salt, all that cool stuff. Oh, equipment, yeah. Is there anything that can maximize carrying space? Active effects, 10 chase, outrider combat strength. Nah. I don't want that. Extra storage, here we go. 7 beast cargo. Have at least 1 beast of burden. costs 3. Guard animals. +5 vigilance during camping. Defenses, animals. You don't gotta feed them. Okay, that's not bad. It's pretty cheap too. Might consider some of that stuff. Hunting animals. Ooh, I like that. Hunting. Ooh, I like that. Beast lore. Active outpost effects. +3 outpost acquire supplies productivity. I don't know what that means. Pakamokaru. Face chance. Hunting. Yeah, man. I'm definitely going to buy some of that. I'm just kind of eyeballing in the store now. Never really looked in here. Mining. Oh, wait a minute. Something's wrong here. Perimeter alarms. Vigilance. Nah, I'm good on that. It's kind of pricey for right now. Protected harnesses. Beast defense, outrider. Yeah, see, I like that. It's kind of pricey. Yeah, I mean, the prices aren't bad considering how quick I can make money with my initial default inventory. But I don't know how. See, I may have already overspent my inventory, but I ain't gonna trip too bad. Let me see. Skewers, flee, beast defense. Well, I think extra storage is definitely what I'm gonna get one of these. If I can get more, I will. So I got that. Why am I not seeing it in my inventory? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, I can equip it directly from the screen. Can I? I don't know what slot it goes in. Tooltip is killing me right now. Guess that's it. Oh, okay, I see it highlighting. Cool. So we got a little bit more storage. 209. Okay, yo, yeah. Let's get some more food if we could. That would be nice. Oh, I'm thinking about getting them guard animals too, yo. No, them hunting animals. Where do they go? Looks like we can only. This slot is locked. You can unlock it by assigning a Venatorus on the Deputies tab. Cool. That's fine. Mining equipment. I don't have outposts yet, so that's neither here nor there. Mount defense. I like the idea. 10% consumption. -10. Oh, yes. A protected harness is a must-have. I better be. See, I'm out here burning up my money. I plan on selling some more of them like this copper and stuff, and that bronze. I'm selling that shit. So, I am going to buy this protected harness. Wait a minute. What's this do? Oh, it'll go in place of the awning. That's not cool. Oh, that reduces consumption of beast of burden. Let's see, that reduces consumption of workers, though. I'm not ready to be playing around with consumption drops. I probably should have waited to buy that, but that's okay. Can I sell it back? Yeah, I'll lose a couple coppers, but I'll get my bulk of money back. I'll sell that back. For now, I don't see how I need it. Let me see. Categories: tool, miscellaneous, outposts. Oh, so let's see. Categories: harness, defense. I don't know what categories. Oh, that's locked. sorcery, arms, miscellaneous, harness. Yeah, I don't know what this slot is because something's in there now. Oh, categories, cargo, is that it? Animals. I think I'm understanding now. It's in the categories, harness, defense. I understand a little bit. Categories, navigation, miscellaneous. I think this is miscellaneous, so I could technically. Okay. So then. This one's only harness and defense. I don't know which one is defense. Tools. Mining equipment. I could use that. But yeah, I'll be getting ahead of myself a little bit. Miscellaneous. Ooh. Wouldn't mind having something like that. And I could set it in the miscellaneous slot. Let me sell some of this. Some of that bronze. And I'm thinking about selling some of that copper. That's good. That's good. All right. What are these? Ivory. What's ivory going for these days? Five yankles, or what do they call them? So these are changes. 18 boss, 18 brass, 7 lyrics. So that's a lyric. Someone for some lyrics. 5 lyrics. I'm gonna hold on to them. But yeah, I didn't see. Oh yeah, I can buy some more supplies. I want about 10 days worth, man. But I still hadn't figured out the weight ratio and all that of supplies. Shift click. Did I do that too? 8 days. And we're almost full. I mean, that'll be plenty. And let's see. We ain't gonna have much cargo to expand on, but we got plenty of days of adventuring if we're gonna head out. All right. I'm gonna, I think, 8 units a stack. I might sell that bronze. Sell some of that. Yeah, there we go. That's cool. I can roll with that. All right. Let's head back to the. Well, actually, is it possible? Let's check our companions. All right, we got our companion here. Her name is. What's her face? Morwen. Let's level her up while we're in here. Let's get her a bump of prowess. Proficiencies, 15 points. What's thick skull? It's 5 proficiency needed, but need tough 3 unlocked right now. Here we go. The measure of a character stamina and constitution. Now I can give her thick skull. What does it do? Are immune to stun. Let's invest in that. What about die hard? What's this do? When you are down, you have a 30% chance to immediately get back up at 25% maximum vit. Man, that's not bad. It wants strong-minded 3. Cost 3 proficiency. Well, let's see what else we got up here. Savvy. Plus bonus to negotiate. That's one of my. We'll go ahead and fill that in. Dexterous. You can choose where to move after a successful evade. Ooh. It wants Dexterous 3. Dexterous. Am I saying that right? Dexterous. There we go. Savage kick. I do like that savage kick, yo. Can it start doing a tiny bit of damage? Oh, get a stun on it. That'd be nice. Mighty. Yeah, let's get some mighty up in here. It wants. Oh, it costs 6 proficiency, which we don't have, but that's all right. Strafe. Displaying great. Sorry, to sweep the foes. Displaying great agility, Mercy sidestep, swing her axe. I guess it just makes it do more damage or something. Yeah, those combat traits want some points though. Skulker plus bonus to ambush. I'll take it. 2 proficiency. That's cool. I'm with it. Charismatic. Make her a likable gal. I think we have another character here that also needs a level. So we get out of here, get back in here on the dude Javik. He's our mentalist sorcerer. Let's see what all he's got going on. Cost 1. Now let's see. Yeah, let's get a point of Skulky, point of religion, because why not? Give him a point of navigation. Oh no, let's hook him up with 2. All right, now let's see. Let's get over into his attributes and combats. Durable spells. Your magical skill. Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. Savvy, tier 3. Let's go ahead and unlock that. Proficiency, pull 4. Durable spells, savvy 3, but it costs 5 proficiency. That's all right. We needed to get up there anyway. So we still have 4. Mind Blast is going to cost 5 proficiency if we want to improve it. Dexterity and agility. Slightly charismatic fella him. Let's make him a little tough. Let's give him a little bit of toughness. Let's get all those tier 1s out of the way. Herb lore. Foraging base. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, we're down to 2 points. He's gonna be rolling with me. He needs to be able to show good face, so we're gonna bump that charisma up a little bit. Alright, cool. We got him squared away. Cargo is all up, assorted. We're not throwing out cargo, that's sadness. Alright. We're not going to rest yet. Let's finish up and doing the stories here. Did I say the church? Enter the temple. Here we go, the Temple of Surgorod. The temple complex of Surgorod in Avernum is quite small compared to most imperial cities, but it's still a menacing sight to behold. Built of dark stone, clearly not from around this place, the buildings are covered with spikes and blades that reach towards the ashen skies. Furious-looking gargoyles, as well as sculptures of Surgorod in the form of a powerful warrior in spiked armor, riddle the frontispiece. Okay. Inside, darkness covers all, and only red candles provide some meager light. Novices chant in shadowed alcoves, their grumbling voices adding up to a constant angry prayer. A priest steps out of the pitch dark and stops you. His painted face and black attire gives you the shivers. What is it you ask of Surgorod, the raging one, Lord of vengeance, and master of curses? A most a modest contribution to the church, and you shall receive the power of retribution. Yeah, we're going to deliver the belongings of Sidarius' dead companions. Would you give them all the looted weapons and armor, or only the holy symbols and personal belongings? Oh no, just the symbols and personal belongings, yo. The holy symbols only. Yep. What's this mean? The priests growl a short blessing and assure you that Sir God will not forget your returning the belongings of his lost servants. You thank them before leaving. Curse your enemies. Sure. The priest smiles and nods. Name your enemies, and we shall direct the Lord's wrath unto them. I don't have any enemies to name. All right. Very interesting, very interesting, very interesting. We're going to leave the temple. All right, so we delivered the things, and I guess we got some favor from the Church of Saragod, temple, rather. Now, having done that, I think I will go back to the... you know what? You can't change it. You can't change your companion's gear, right? That's what okay, just very, very minimally. All right, so let me get back. I'm gonna choose to. I'm gonna opt to melt that stuff down. I wonder if I can save. Yeah, let me see this. Oh, right, I can't save as much here from what I understand. All right. No. The foundries, yes. Smelt down the arms and armor of the dead Sogridites. Got 1 iron, 1 bronze. All right, cool. Got rid of the evidence. Very good. Now that that's done, I'm gonna head back to the store and sell this bronze. Cool. So we got a little money change, money change, money change. Bought all the equipment I can muster or carry. Oh, yeah, I guess I can mess around with these stories now. Visit the Slag Fort. Let's check it out. The mighty Slag Fort is the headquarters of the city guard, the Avernus Legion, and the Perfectus himself. The fort overlooks the city from atop a hill on the south side. Its main tower looming threateningly above the streets close by. Made entirely of the same kind of dark stone, the Slag Fort is completely black now thanks to the layers of soot that covers its surface. Scrutinized briefly by the grim legionaries at the gate, you enter the courtyard of the fort, which houses the few institutions the public can visit: the offices of the city guard, the courts, and the bounty offices. Let's go to the bounty office. The bounty office is housed in a small, dilapidated building behind the courts. A group of unsavory types is awaiting in front of it to be called in. Bounty hunters. Mean-looking trophies and cool weapons hang from their belts. You wait in line to speak to the general bounty officer and get in after a quarter of an hour. A diminutive, bespectacled man, the bureaucrat, gives you a boring speech on the bounties that are available. You figure there's no point in competing with the local hunters for city bounties, but the ones out in the wasteland are your turf. Pesky outlaw chieftain, huh? I wonder what draws him into the life of an outlaw. Take Covius, for example. He was a fine gladiator with a great reputation. What a dashing fellow. I thought, what decapitations? What does he do? He runs away with a bunch of gladiators and lowly slaves to live out in the searing heat of the desert, preying on honest citizens such as yourself. It truly escapes me how it's better than here. But you can't teach this kind. I suppose he's just a shod duck. And as much as we adored him in the arena, stands outside the arena shall run red with blood for his crimes. And you shall be his executioner. Bring his head back intact, though. I mean, the office will perhaps want to keep it around. Yes. I don't know if there's a timer, but I'll take it on. All right, so we got the bounty added. I'm only going to take one. I'm not going to overload myself, especially considering I don't know how to play. All right, we're going to leave the slack for it. I don't want to explore the city yet. Let's go to the points of interest. I've already been to the temple. I'm not going to work on the investigation yet. Lavinus's watering hole. Already been there. Visit the sorcerer. They say a powerful sorcerer lives in the Villa district. Let's go holler at the sorcerer. The Tower of Incanus, the sorcerer, stands at the border of the hill, overlooking the streets and alleys filled with foundries and forges on the northeast side of Avernum. Half engulfed in smog, the tower stands much taller than any building nearby. The soot-covered walls, made of black stone, are so smooth that it looks almost seamless. A line of gigantic, fang-like spikes crowns the flat top of the tower. You walk up to the iron gate, where a large eye carved of obsidian comes alive and gives you a good stare before emitting a strong moan and becoming motionless again. The gate opens slowly to reveal a spacious antechamber that you enter. The roof is supported by black, smooth stone pillars. Magical lights float sleepily around like fireflies. There are sofas and chairs here, enough to seat a dozen guests in a great comfort. Somehow the place feels odd. It is many times larger on the inside than it should be, judging from the outside. The imposing figure of Icanus stands motionless in the center of the antechamber and greets you in a monotone voice. You can't figure out if he's bored or simply lacks emotions in general, but he's courteous and very perceptive. You can only feel his piercing gaze from under the large hood of crimson robes. There is something on your mind, Vagris. Something you hope I'll provide for a solution. And you know that it'll have a price, he drawls. Tell me what you can about the last pilgrimage. The sorcerer hesitates only a little before motioning with his long-fingered hand for you to sit down. You comply. Something tells me that you've had an encounter with this cavalcade of spirits. Tell me about it, he says after he pockets your coins and sits down himself. You carefully recite your chance meeting with the last pilgrimage Every now and then, Incanus interrupts you to ask very specific questions about your experiences with the specters. He seems especially interested in your visions that triggered when the undead procession was near. Incanus stays silent and motionless for a long while after you've finished telling your story. At length he stirs and asks you in a rasping voice, "What is it exactly you'd like to know?"
What happens when they run into someone?
Now that they are cursed to wander the wasteland eternally, they appear suddenly and disappear shortly after. Most of them, nobody knows who they are. Most of the time, nobody knows who they are. But when they appear and come into contact with someone, that person is gone forever. Therefore, a clear account of such a meeting is non-existent. One theory suggests that such unfortunate individuals are assimilated into the pilgrimage and wander as disembodied spirits, walking the same eerie path as the tormented souls of the original pilgrims. Others suggest that the cavalcade sustains itself by drawing on the life essence of its victims. Nothing of them is ever found afterwards. How do we know this? Sometimes people were able to observe such encounters from a safe distance. The last pilgrimage was known to have destroyed fairly large comitati, though they do not only attack small groups or individuals. Naturally, the number of their victims is vastly overstated. There are studies of these beings, studies that collected all the reports of these appearances throughout the centuries following the calamity. It seems that they never appear south of the Twin Towers, which they fail to reach while alive. It is also quite clear that, given the short time between the encounters at distant locations, the last pilgrimage travels via magical means. The most popular notion is some form of teleportation because nobody has ever encountered them in the realms. However, they do have the tendency to haunt a specific region or area for a while before moving on. And Canis leans back in his chair and folds his hands. However, there never was anyone who met the pilgrimage twice so closely and lived. I find that extraordinary. Even though it's cold in here, you're sweating. Is it possible that they are following me? Ah, that is the question, isn't it? And Canis scratches his scrawny beard with skeletal fingers. All information collected by the wise throughout the centuries, as well as anecdotal accounts, tell us that the appearance of the pilgrimage is completely random, and there has never been recorded who encountered them twice. Not even madmen who were looking for them. So when you told me about the 2 times you met the pilgrims, I was skeptical. Yet, I can see that you are telling the truth. The sorcerer clears his throat. There are 2 possibilities, I believe. One, it was indeed a chance, however minuscule, that you appeared upon them a second time. The chances of a third encounter are negligible. 2, they were roaming a specific region, in this case, Arenas Nargras, and because there is practically nobody in that region, they converged on the only living beings nearby, your comitatus. In any case, I'd avoid the desert of black sands at its border ranges for a while if I were you. And thank the gods for surviving 2 such meetings. You were not planning to visit that dreadful place anyways. Desert of black sands, huh? I know. Take note to maybe not mess around in there if I can help it. All right. Yeah, I'm curious about that. What is the last pilgrimage? How did it come to be? This pilgrimage was initiated just before the calamity, according to legend. They say that weeks of odd and deadly omens preceded the catastrophe itself. Rain of blood, purple skies, weird apparitions, visitations from the dead, that kind of phenomena. Initially less in frequency and intensity, the omens were taken as divine warnings by all. However, the interpretation of these signs differed vastly. One group of high priests believed that the elder gods sent these because Imperials strayed from the right path. Somehow, that they incited their wrath and the gods had to be appeased. Thus, they converged in the north, either in Tot or Morticopolis. Nobody knows for certain. And they gathered as a vast procession of followers and lesser clergymen around them. The priests then announced that in order to earn the forgiveness of the gods, they were to walk to the capital and pray along the way. They cast down all their rich garments and trinkets and set out barefoot and full of hope. Incanus holds a dramatic pause. Yet, their hopes and prayers were in vain, as the pilgrimage gained followers by the thousands. While they proceeded south along the Emperor's Road, the calamity struck. Most of the pilgrims died in an agony, and as the cursed winds tore their flesh off their bones and ribbed their souls. But the priests endured. I did not say lived on purpose. Twisted and reanimated by the dark powers of the cataclysm, they rose again as undead abominations and continued their journey. Only now they appear and disappear without any discernible logic, and move in strange angles as ghastly processions of specters. They are doomed to wander forever, never reaching their goal, never resting, never knowing peace, and never gaining the forgiveness of the gods, because those gods are dead and gone. You shudder under the sorcerer's gaze. Wow, it's an unfortunate series of events. Well, they don't care. Let's get back out of here. That is all. You can thank Incanus. Oh, that is all. You can thank Incanus for his help. Let's see. Oh, I gain insight. Incanus looks at you intently. Was there anything else, Bagras? I don't need anything identified. Let's see if there's anything I gather he's interested in. Incanus examines the items you brought to him with great care, but without uttering a word. He offers a price for each of the items that pique his interest. Huh. The bone necklace, huh? Is it... I think somebody is wearing that already. Jade figurine. Oh, I could sell that. Nice. I don't remember none of this stuff. Where is all this stuff? One of the items created by Chris Talmasi A large energy crystal. This dagger-sized pale blue crystal contains arcane energies that the user can tap into and use for spells. I am not selling that. Not selling that. I gotta look. No, that's all my equipment. Interesting. Oh, I can sell the dragon egg. How I got all this stuff? Oh, it's this is what he will buy. And, I was about to say I don't have all this stuff. So okay, I do have a dwarven compass, but I am not selling that. I understand. So okay, that gives me an idea of the stuff he'll take. I don't want to sell anything. That's it. Cool. I don't have anything to identify. So let's leave. That was interesting. Visit the sorcerer, the Temple of Ashkul. Let's go check that place out. The Temple of Ashkul, king of the underworld, is a small one, but the necropolis around it makes up for it in size. The whole district is quiet and looks almost deserted. Yet the utter silence of the temple grounds really astonishes you. Glum-looking novices in gray tunics work without a word. Robed priests whisper to each other in alcoves and in corridors. Reanimated undead shuffle towards some unsaid task. The inside of the temple looks like a crypt, too, with many wall slots for bones. Even the depiction of the god of death itself is a standing stone sarcophagus inside which is a statue of a giant robed skeleton. They lay it on thick here. Yet for all their gloominess, the worshippers of Ashkul tend to the dead and dying with great care, and are surprisingly open to the question and requests from visitors such as yourself. Ask the priest about the bones. You walk up to a priest and ask him about the bones embedded in the city walls. Are they maintained by the followers of the god of death, seeing how they are the remains of some long dead beings? Is Ashkul not angry because these bones were not put to rest? The expression on the face of the robed priest is inscrutable as he begins to talk in a monotone, calm voice. The great king is not offered because not only do we tend to the bones, but they are considered to be resting. You see, these bones were brought here from the plains of bone, where they were lying for one knows how long, unattended, forgotten. Now they have a purpose. The remains adorn the empower of our walls. They might not be interred or burned or to ash, but were given proper rituals, and the great king gave permission for their use. It is no different from the way we use the corpses of those who give us permission and those who, well, of the enemies of the empire. Necromancy was used to strengthen the bones too, and grim surprises await those who would be foolish enough to scale or attack those walls. Grim surprises, huh? Interesting. You thank the priest for the explanation. Let's ask about Ashkul. You ask a friendly death priest to tell you about the king of the underworld. They are quite used to these requests, so he immediately shifts into a lecturing register. Ashkul is the god of death, king of the underworld, who we call Great King, for he is of the greatest of kings and rulers, ultimately ruling over all monarchs in death, except perhaps the emperor, who is thought deathless. The elder of god death was Tanat, who disappeared along with his pantheon after the calamity. Ashkul appeared and took over Centaurus, the afterlife realm, where the soul of most mortals go after death. The Great King is thought to be the first of the dead because he is said to have died before any other being in creation. He has thus unmatched power over those that die. But Nazgul is not an angry or evil god, no. He is the caretaker of souls and the one that gives peace to mortals after they die. Our duty is to administer the proper rituals and ensure that everyone gets their deserved respect upon leaving this world. You thank the priest for the explanation. Let's visit the Great Ossuary. The Great Ossuary is a system of labyrinthine tunnels and great dark halls carved into the earth and rock beneath the necropolis. Many of the more wealthy are interred here, as it is believed that they are closer to Tartarus and Ashkul this way. Most of the ossuary is off limits, but a large section can be visited by the public. You walk through the vast halls lit by thousands of candles and filled with the remains of tens of thousands. Most of these bones are carefully placed in the racks built into the walls or on intricately carved stone slabs. Novices tend to the more recent or oldest ones. The halls are kept very clean and the air is cool. You find yourself sitting on stone benches and walking aimlessly, reading long inscriptions of names and deeds carved into the arches that lead to private crypts. The whole place makes you calm and contemplative. Its effects are felt long after you've left. Oh, I gained some insight. I'm getting insight all over the place. These like permanent buffs? Like what's going on there? Buy some trinkets blessed by the god of death. Let's see what we have in here. You are directed by novices to a candlelit chamber where a very old priest is sitting at a stone table, carving intricate designs into candles of different colors. The old priest looks up and you gasp upon seeing that his eyes are sewn shut. He smiles a toothless smile, and tells you that you can buy all kinds of candles from him to honor the dead. When you tell him you'd rather buy something that aids the living, he reaches into one of the clay jugs here containing stacks of candles and puts a black one on the table. It is carved into the form of a robed and hooded skeleton. Ish is a candle that was blessed by the great king. For 1 silver, it may protect someone if lit. What? Harmful magic, huh? It's kind of cool. It's not very pricey. Yeah. Cool. Let's leave. Neat. And now let's see what else we got going on. Went to the foundries. Went to the temple. The fighting pit. Let's go check that out. There isn't a realm arena in Avernum, but no imperial city. There isn't a real arena in Avernum, but no imperial city could be imagined without at least a fighting pit. The one in this city is fairly large. However, recently it has not seen a lot of fights in spite of public demand. You learn that no Lannister favors the place since a gladiator revolt a few months back, which left dozens dead and most pit fighters gone. Since then, the pit has been used for public executions only. That is about to change, however, as the new man in charge wants to see the place rise again. This might even give you an opportunity to have your companions fight in the pit as they are giving the chance to anyone right now. Seek out the medicos. It might be beneficial to your own crew. I don't think I got anybody injured, but I'll check that out. Bet on the fights. You are no expert in pit fights, but you might get lucky. Enter the roster. It's risky, but it might be worth it. That might be pretty cool. You know, you get in there and they just slaughter all my people. Seek the medicos and see what we got. The fat medicos greets you with a smile. She's quite a disgusting character, but they say she's really good at what she does, patching up pit fighters from wounds that by all risks should kill them. The medicos has a lot of spare medical supplies since there's only been few fights and she's willing to part with them. Yeah, let's do that. I own 9. I want more though. Purchase a large amount. What's a large amount? Buy 5 for 8. Yeah, that's nice. Let's do that. Lord, I'm not entering the roster yet. Let me check on something before I even consider that. My companions. Did I get? Yeah, the Candle of the Dead, bleed resistance, and magic resistance. I don't think he need to worry about that so much. Oh, girl, though. That's another story. Let's get back in here. Companions. There we go. All right, cool. I got that looking good. Let me go back here one more time. I want to pay my people and then we're going to leave. So they can be in good spirits. All right, I think that's everything. I was considering doing the pit fight. Yo. Oh, let's enter the roster now that we got her equipped. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I want to double check their vitality and their stats. Yeah, see, her vitality is not. I might try it once their vitality is max. Really thinking about hiring some more workers and stuff. Workers. Workers combat stream. It's like 1 per. Yeah, I wouldn't mind increasing some of that, but careful with the consumption rate and stuff. One supplies equals 1 consumption point. How do you affect this? Represent how well fed. Affected by the amount of food given to the crew in the long run. Low nutrition penalized. Yeah, just need that to be higher. The morale is steady. Nutrition is lowering it. If I free some slaves, then hire some more. About 11, I might do that. I'll free 2 and hire 2. It's a little shuffling of obedience. All right. I would like to get some more workers. Hire 1 more worker. Ooh, I consume more food now. Ugh. All right. I still got 8 days worth of supplies or whatever. But I'm not gonna mess with that too much more. Receive some local news. Learn. See what the local news tab. News tab lists all settlements you currently have news from. Blah blah blah. So let's see what's going on. I guess I learned nothing. No news is good news. I already got a bouncy active, I think. Hidden outpost. Is there something? Information on the hidden outpost? Let's buy that. All right. Let's see if this shows up somewhere. On the rumor panel. Hidden outpost. According to locals, there's a fairly hidden trading post out in the flats about 2 days almost due southeast of Avernum, run by some trading house. There might be business opportunity there, although a lone wanderer claims they have some trouble brewing at the outpost. Brewing, huh? Some trouble brewing. I'm thinking literal brewing. It's gonna show me where. I wonder if that's it right there. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's close that up. And I guess I'm going to end the day and see how that works out. And then we'll start getting the move on. Yes, I'm so happy I can pay my people. Our workforce is good. We got a decent workforce. Oh, we have rations, huh? Hold up. Let me make sure I'm looking at this right. Feed 50% rations to the Comitas at the end of the day. Nah, we ain't gonna ration. There we go. I must have bust down to 50 for a minute there, yeah. I don't want to overdo it just yet, but I wouldn't mind busting that out. Devoted, I like that. I keep my nutrition sustained for a little while until we get things together. Vigor is 8, but I have a max of 9. Why is it lower? Probably gotta get that morale up a little bit, maybe. I bet you if I gave my man double pay, that would make him happy. I might do that once. All right, odd jobs. So what's the odd jobs? Send your workers out to earn some coins, working odd jobs. They might return with additional goods. Okay, yeah. I can send my slaves out. 48% chance for failure. Yeah, that might lose a worker. Shit. For critical, there's a 3% chance for critical fail, so it's almost 50-50, good or bad for the gains. So I'm gonna do that. It's gonna cost some movement though, I see, and that's fine. We can get that back out in the field on a short march. Relaxation. Let's see what we got. I do want to get that extra vigor. Actually, it looks like that's what we'll get if we do that. One more morale. So what's this? It only costs a little bit of money. A good night's sleep in the Mancio's rooms. Hell yeah. So we get morale, vigor, and nutrition. Enjoy all the hospitality this Mancio can offer. 2 morale and 2 nutrition. That's nice. A little bit of coin, but nah, we'll rock that. We'll gain 4 workers. They didn't say anything about the slaves. That's interesting. Oh, girl's still healing. We need about 1 more guy here. All right, let's end the day. All right, we got some successful odd jobs up. I got six of the coins, and that's changes, 3 changes. All right, Morwen is maxed out on her health. Now I am greatly considering putting people in the thing. How's our Everybody's looking good. Good morale. I think I will. Well, let me double check something. Yeah, they got more supplies back. Very good. I do want to go to the... I want to go to the fight pit, yo. Send to the roster. Falco, the man in charge, tells you that fights are arranged each day. Because of the lack of pit fighters and gladiators, all kinds of people have joined the roster. Local thugs, orc mercenaries, poachers. There's even a fellow who sends his trained Jarka into the arena. You can join the next fight here, but be mindful that it will progress the day afterwards. Fights can be attempted once, and if you lose, you cannot enter the fight pits again. Consecutive fights are progressively more difficult. Yeah, let's do it. Your first opponents will be a pair of local thugs who like violence a lot, and decided that being paid for it in the pits is really the best thing to ever have happened to them. They are called the Turgok brothers, even though they are not related. Waving their cheap weapons around, they manage to get a meager applause from the crowd. They follow that up with swearing, which earns them a bunch of angry shouts and booing. All right, let's do this. Like blue this. At full health. All right, let's do this. You know what? I'm just gonna go straight for the dome piece. Ooh. Miss. I'm not sure what the hell that was all about, but okay. One point. Ugh. Bruiser Bill's Bull Rush evaded. Oh, she evaded out of. That's very interesting. It's like, very interesting. Okay. Well, this is not ideal. She's been debuffed. All right, that's all good. I got a game plan here. Gonna have him do some mind damage to Buddy. Nice. And then we're gonna run this swiping step attack to come defend the man. Nice. leverage on that swing. Ooh, man. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, he just got shackled in place. That's not good. Super weak. But he got that spear. I'm trying to move him. Hold up. How many power points you got, man? Oh, he's getting low. Boost defenses of a companion for 3 rounds. Boost his defense. I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna force move him out of here. No. Bull rush knockback. All right. Ooh, I saw that coming. Dang, that hurt. All right. Let's can I not have him move? Hold up. Oh, he's bound. That's right. Oh, he can't use it on himself, can he? Oh, he might not have enough. Oh, what's this? Boost initiative of a companion. Looks like we're already buffed. Oh no. Hold up. That's it for his mana. Ooh, crit damage. Let's go. Oh, really? Actually, attack? Oh, it's very weak. So no, he cannot. Gonna make him fall back, and yeah, now it's just a matter of smacking and attacking. Ooh, nice block. Forfeit his turn to get some of his power back. Nice evasive attack. Fend off, huh? I'm gonna actually have her hold. I don't know if I can get this kick off. Yep, that's all I wanted. I'm gonna try and do now. Cool. Might be able to blast him on out of here. That was a crit, especially. Buddy is all out of juice. missing. Not bad. The slaves, the Dominicos, drag the limp bodies of the brothers out of the pit while your crew is cheered on by the crowd. Falco congratulates you and hands you a couple of copper coins. You are welcome to come back for more. The crowd seems to like your fighters. You pocket your winnings and take your companions to rest. Got a little bit of money. 3 lyrics. Plus a day. It's kind of weak. And my people are hurt. All right. So that day is ended. I think. Just seeing if my companions earned any additional insight. It doesn't appear that they did. Oh. Oh, he did. Chief Handler. Yeah, I did give him a point of toughness. We have... Okay, so I can actually see spell penetration resistance against your magical skills are lowered. That would be a good one. And the durable spells would be a good one, too. I got enough for both, I think. Yeah. Skill power costs are lowered by 1. Oh, that's pretty dope. I'll go with the durable, though. So that leaves me 4 points. I know dexterous is needed for some of this other stuff. Yeah, here we go. Like receding swing. Oh, actually looks like I might want to be working with strong-minded and prowess more than dexterous, because... Yeah. Just your successful evades and blocks no longer decrease evade. Okay, now that's worth it. This damage mitigation is worth it. 2, so 5 altogether. I'm gonna work on that then. Evaluate healing base chance. Yeah. Cool. We're not going to rest. 6 days of food is already gone. Nine days again. Okay, and cargo is looking good. I can mess with that. So some copper. All right. Let's see. Where was the healer? Isn't there a healer around here somewhere? Oh, let's explore the city. You walk the streets of the city under ashen skies, taking few of your best with you. Avernum is large, a city of opportunities, but also of untold dangers. One can find all sorts of interesting things if one looks. Let's go for a walk. While spending some time in visiting Avernum's several mansios, you meet a small group of water merchants from up north. You fall into conversation and find each other amicable enough to talk business. The merchants want to travel to Vitar in a few days to broker a deal with the Sadirar tribesmen who dwell there. They do not have a comitatus of their own and ask you to take them there. Even though Vitar is not on your way towards Ash, you could make a detour if they make it worth your while. So if I accept their offer, they will pay 1 league now and another when they arrive. That is no money. You're gonna need to come off some bras, bro. That's a lot of resources for 1 league. You gonna it may not be much, but who knows? There may be other opportunities if it's far. I want to stick to my little quest though. You walk the streets. Nothing today. We'll go back. All right. All right. I think we can get out of here. Talk to Sidaras. Visited the sorcerer. Went to the watering hole. I did not investigate. Follow up on the lead. You decide to follow up on one of the leads given to you by Sidarius. Which do you follow? Let's go to the Slag Fort and spy on Assistant Magistrate Gludius Darrow. To your mild amusement, the plan Sidarius came up with to lure the Assistant Magistrate works. Upon arriving to the Slag Fort, you tell one of the clerk slaves in service of the courts that you have news about the Saragorod followers you think were killed in the north. The slave asks you to wait until he reports this to one of the administrators. Before you can sit down with said bureaucrat, a clerk arrives to tell you that Assistant Magistrate Darrow will personally listen to your account. You are escorted to the offices on the top of the courts. You are told to knock and enter. Javek looks at you knowingly as you stand before the office door. Morwen is picking her nails. You knock and enter. You find yourself in a spacious office with small slit windows looking out into the courtyard of the Slag Fort. There's a desk with scrolls stacked up on one side and a few open ones lying in the middle. Maps of the region are on the walls, and rows of shelves hold even more scrolls. A clerk slave busies herself with organizing these. A middle-aged man with warm smiles rises from the chair at his desk. He has dark eyes and a receding hairline. Over his orange tunic is the sash of his office, blue and purple, with silver clasp holding it at his shoulders. He introduces himself as Galudus Darrow. My subordinates tell me you have news of a group of Sogorodites. We are awaiting a cohort of sorts Constitution back to the city, but we were beginning to be worried that something happened to them, and as they are late, perhaps you might have heard of them. I tell them I've heard rumors in the city that such a company had left a while ago. So you ask around before coming here. Understandable. I'm sure you wanted to know as much as you could beforehand, and I think you realize how urgent and important this matter is now. So please, tell me everything. I tell him the fake story. Just start at the beginning. You clear your throat before starting. My comitatus was traveling from scrap heaps south along the Molten Tongue. We came around the Voiceless Lake. Uh-oh, I gotta literally remember to tell him this. Oh, yeah, here we go. His body's supposed to be missing. And my scouts return with news of the dead. I like that one. Yeah. Go on, Daryl says, scratching his chin thoughtfully. We checked the bodies. There was a lot of undead, mostly the smoldering variant. It was clear that there was a great battle there. The other bodies all belonged to the same group. They were all Segorodites, and their armed followers, a handful of them, badly mutilated by the undead. We checked and found no survivors. We took some weapons and whatever valuables we could find on them. Understandable. This must be of great value, and you are a businessman. Your report now makes up for what you took, Vagris. You carry on with the report. You conclude the story by telling him that you have not come across any undead or Segorodites, living or dead, on your journey here. Did you see a knight among the bodies, perhaps? Tall fellow, blonde hair, broad shoulders, dark armor, and quite an exquisite helmet. Fights with a great sword, Daryl asks after a brief pause. You tell him you did not find anyone among the bodies matching the description, even though you checked them fairly thoroughly. The assistant magistrate thanks you and promises to bring the report bring the report before higher ups in the city. Should they decide to further question you, they'll find you at your berth. Take your leave. Long after you've left the Slag Fort, Javik tells you that the plan has worked. I read his thoughts on the matter. It is clear that he knew much about the setting of the trap. He got really upset when you told him Sedaris might be alive and well. He thought about his career and the perfect, but also to report to someone called Henvius, as soon as he can. You return to the Mancio. All right, let's see. What else can we investigate? One per day. All right. I guess I need to do that, but man, I gotta be able to sustain myself while I'm here somehow. Fighting in the pit fights ain't gonna do it. I've been spent through all my little scrap metal and stuff I plan to take east, so that ain't gonna work. Whatever. Seek out. I guess I need to end my day. All right, let's continue the investigation. Seek out the smelters Collegium and Gallos' Anvil. Let's check that out. The Collegium's headquarters is a large tavern called Gallos' Anvil, right next to the bathhouse at the border of Scoria and the streets below the Villa district filled with foundries and metallurgical workshops. The place is among the better ones in town, and the regulars are smiths, smelters, their novices, and merchants. All belong to the Smelters Guild. It would not be difficult to find someone higher up in the guild and talk to them. Javek can scan whoever you talk to for surface thoughts, but asking about their possible connection to abolitionists might raise suspicion. So, how do you want to approach them? Pretend I'm a merchant when wanting to deal in the black market. The fellows you and Javik end up talking to, representatives of the Collegium, are quite open to letting you buy wares from their black market for a modest contribution to the guild. They do have some questions about how you learned of their involvement with the market, though. After you assure them it was from business associates outside the city, they seem content. Then they ask you what kind of goods you wish to buy. You can buy slaves anywhere. Just bought slaves earlier, though. Tell them you heard of a cheap contraband they got from an ill-fortuned combattanti. You're interested in that. Stuff gets redistributed in the wasteland, so to speak, explains one of them, a fellow with a bushy beard. Some of our associates find them and bring them to us. It's good stuff too, weapons and tools. We also repair them, make them better. So you give us the order for what you're looking for, and all people will come to you with the goods. You tell them you'll think about placing an order before you leave town. Time to leave. You consult Javek when you're far from Gallos' Anvil. He looks exhausted. Sorry, boss. It was very tough jumping between the mines. Didn't get much from them apart from a sense that our nightly friend's suspicions was well-founded. They surely have dealings with the abolitionists, but protect their identities far more vehemently than that of a simple illegal business partners. I could not get much, except a glimpse of the street with a long yellow building when one guy was thinking about contacting their associates. That'll have to do it, seems. And, alright, we're gonna shut down for one more night, and that should have all 3 investigations concluded. My companions must all be good to go. All right. See what's up for local news. Looks like nothing. All right, investigate. Find Centurion Vardris Pindius at the Rusty Pugio. The Rusty Pugio is a fairly clean establishment with primary soldiers and veteran regulars, primarily. Because of this, not many shady fellows visit this place. That does not mean, however, that the regulars are well behaved or sober. You can see a legionnaire passed out on the bench while a few auxiliary troopers are playing a dice game in the far corner, laughing and swearing foully. You ask the barman if Vidrus Pindius is here and he points you to a swarthy, short, pot-bellied man in his 40s wearing the dirty armor of a uniform of a centurion and uniform of a centurion. His helmet rests next to him on the bar. He's drinking alone. Sit next to him and buy a drink. Vardis Pendius eyes the drink suspiciously, but his alcoholism gets the better of him, and giving you a friendly smile, he takes it. And what do I owe this gift, friend? Fellow soldier, you don't look like that to me. He slurs his words as he eyes you up and down. The two of you start to chat, but Javek sitting at a table in line of sight, you know you have to bring the conversation to the patrol he went on near Molten Tongue so that your friend can read his corresponding thoughts. Yet, Pendius seems a little too sober to not to be wary. To continue to buy him drinks until he's nice and drunk. Very high chance of success. %, savvy test, huh? Let's go with this very high. Pendius has formidable resilience when it comes to booze, yet you manage to get him blind stinking drunk. You also got the conversation to his notorious patrol to the north that only he survived. Not even his intoxication can hide his fear when he talks about the recon mission. No. What you think it was? The Dutch poor boy deserved nice, he laments. You could swear there are tears in his eyes. He mumbles about the whole affair not being what it seemed. Soon afterwards, you excuse yourself, but by then Pendius is not coherent anyways. You and Javik leave the Rusty Pugio. You go back to the Mancio where Javik tells you he was mostly successful in reading the drunkard's thoughts on the patrol. He's clearly paranoid about the whole matter. He recalled his comrades being killed, but not out there in the waste. It appears in some kind of death trap in a large room. All young recruits, I think, they publicly set up his patrol only to kill off everyone but him and told him to pretend they got slaughtered by abolitionists in the north. Basically, they created a fake story to make our nightly associates and his cronies think they would be going to find a camp there. It boggles the mind for how far they went to protect something. He kept thinking about Scoria, the district here in town. Maybe the massacre was done there. Done here. You are done with this part of the investigation. Let's end. All right. I got 7 days worth of food, 12 money, buy some more supplies. All right, looking good. I think we are good to go. I'm actually gonna leave the settlement. I've completed my investigation. I don't think I need to do anything else. Yeah, let me report my findings. Finally, Sidarius says scornfully when you return and tell him that you're done with the investigations. There are a few other Segrodites in the room, watching silently. You recount everything you just learned in the last few days, and Javek details his mental scans. Sidarius and his cronies listen intently. Following your report, Sidarius goes behind closed doors with the two priests of Serogod, Sergerod, there you go, Sergerod, and a couple of executors, while you are told to stay put for now. They emerge after a quarter of an hour, and the executors leave right away. The knight approaches you with an uncharacteristic smile on his otherwise grim face. We've got them now, Vagras. Thanks to the information you provided, we have located the traitor's headquarters in the city. A long yellow building, the district of Scoria, a man named Hanvius. It so happened that Gaius Hanvius, a wealthy merchant and city official who is known to be conducting shady business in the name of the Perfectus, owns a large yellow warehouse in Scoria. The whole block is abandoned, making it an ideal place for a hideout. This may not mean anything, Javek starts to say with a frown before Sidarius interrupts him. No, they are there. All of us can sense their treacherous stench. And Serogorod's servants are never wrong about such things. The way he says it shuts Javik up for good. Bring your men, Vagras. We strike as soon as you are ready. It's my honor to serve the Empire. You nod and take your leave, awaiting instructions. Sidarius looks at you for some time, silent moments before speaking. The priests are also fixing you with their grim gazes. Is this some kind of recognition you can see? The local temple will send every able hand to set up an ambush on the warehouse, but with your help, we will be able to guarantee nobody escapes the snare. Slasher says boo liquor. Ha! Hey, when I played Skyrim, I went Empire. I'm just gonna leave it with that. Welcome to the channel. I'm Fighter9 Variety Streamer. Thanks for the chat. Your invaluable assistance in this investigation will earn you the eternal gratitude of the Order and the Church. Hey, yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you on that. Got that follow. Hopefully catch up with us as we go along. So let's see, where were we? It seems that you've made yourself invaluable to the Sergorodites. Oh boy. Yeah. It's not supposed to double up like that, but we'll just act like that was on purpose. All right. Let's see, where were we? Leaving the hideout, you set out to the Mantio. You can see how Javek is worried. He sighs. I don't like where this is going, boss. The last thing we needed was getting involved in this conspiracy with the local underworld, the city's leaders, bandits, and the damn fanatics all tearing each other apart with us in the middle. For the first time in a long while, I don't know what you're thinking. Just when you are about to say something, he goes on. You don't have to say anything. Just know that this is how I see things now. And also that many fellows in the crew are thinking the same. We know there's little you can do to get rid of our nightly parasite at present, but keep in mind,
what we originally set out to do. You keep walking, thinking about what he said. The two of you return to the Mancio. You can't help thinking about how this will end. Prepare for what is to come. Gain some insight, and that is the end of that piece. We got a warehouse ambush going. I ain't forgot it. I'm trying to get us some money, man. We need money, man. All right, we're running low on cash, and I'm running low on salvage to sell. And everything else is kind of bringing in pennies. All right, so let's, I guess I'm just going to go right to it, the warehouse. You arrive at the rendezvous point set by Sedarius, accompanied by your fighting crew only. It is a few blocks away from the warehouse itself, in the enclosed atrium of an abandoned warehouse. A group of grim-faced and visibly anxious Segorodite novices is gathered around several priests and executors. The Black Knight is also there, standing tall next to a wall, arms crossed, looking at his allies thoughtfully. Everything happens fairly fast afterwards. You learn of the attack plan that involves the Sergorodites surrounding the warehouse and blocking all exits while a force of executors and priests attack from two sides. In the meantime, you take your companions and Sedarius to the third rear door in the alley and deal with the ones that remain. The strike force sets out immediately. Following Sedarius, you go around several blocks and end up behind the warehouse. The attack commences as planned, with novices rushing into the streets. Your group enters the back alley just as you hear the shouts and painful cries. The main force must have entered the warehouse. You don't even make it to the back door when it bursts open and several armed men rush out. Your companions and fighters engage them right away. Oh, just two of us. Oh, okay. Whew. Okay, cool. So we got two lead people. Very good. A man right here behind Sedarius. Let's flip and go. What's this? Formation templates. Interesting. Begin, chicken. Oh, yeah? That's what did he just do? Slinger uses get that one on Javette. Accuracy, I guess, increase. Attacker receives bonus to crit and accuracy. Yikes. All right, what can we do here? This dude right here, can I move him up to the front? I like the sound of that. I'm gonna try it. Yes, sir. Whatever that means. Get this fool with the choppy chops. Ooh, that was a weak blow. What do you do? Shield push. This is a knockback. That's not bad. And this is smashing blow. Does some damage. Shattering blow. Shatter. Armor piercing shattering minus arm. That could be useful. I kind of like the idea of that. I'm gonna start off with that. The current combat encounter. Oh, the whole encounter? So this is a permanent debuff? Okay. That's what I'm seeing. I like the sound of that. So Buddy's cool. Let's see what he's got going on right now. Minus to initiative and minus to accuracy if we use Bane. I like that. What about if I just hit this right across the dome piece? That's what I want to do. Swing the blade and I can hit 2 for 1. I'm gonna concentrate though, actually. We're gonna hit him with that unholy strike. What is this? Vengeance? I like the idea of this. I'm just gonna give up a turn, and this dude might move back, so I'm gonna try to hit him while I can. Alright. Bend off.
it giving me an idea what that skill is? Kind of want to see what that is. All right, anyhow. My man Javek is back on deck, and I'm going to have him blast this dude out of the game. All right, we got us a one down, a few more to go. Okay. And I got a little slice and dice right here. I wonder if I don't have a place to move, can I use this? Actually, we're just going to do a regular attack. Oh no, what if I can, that would be really cool. Nah, he's too far away. Alright. Okay. Yeah, that only hit this. I can only hit this person. I might as well just do a regular attack. With a crit. Oh my goodness. You know I love it. Alright. And he's got dude, his armor's down. I don't want to push. We're just gonna go for a crushing blow. Alright. Did he just get buffed? I think he just got buffed. This combatant boosts the arm of adjacent friendly units by 1. That's cool. He should be in the damn middle. That's silly. All right. Can I swap? Nah, they ain't gonna let me. Yeah, cool. Boom, right on the money. Oh, okay. Oh, snap. She got stabbed in the gizzards. That is not what I was trying to do at all, okay? Let's see. Let me do that. That is not what I wanted. Whatever. This dude is annoying. Nice block, my man. Boom, I like that. Okay. Yeah, get his ass the dirty boot. Oh, not missing. Oh yeah, you need that dirty boot, son. Wow, get on out of there. Okay. I do want him in the middle, but nah, I'm gonna go ahead and have him go. Shut this one out the game. Bye. Alright. Alright, we got enough juice to do this. Boom. You are quickly finishing off stragglers and gather your team after the skirmish when a wounded priest stumbles out of the back entrance. Panting, he tells you that the warehouse is cleared out by a group of abolitionists but a group of abolitionists managed to break out and escape through rooftops towards the south. Sidarius beckons you and you start to run. You catch up with the fleeing foes as they descend from the low building's roof onto an abandoned street. One of them, an archer, spots you and lets loose an arrow. It pierces the throat of one of your fighters who stumbles to the ground. Sidarius charges ahead with a war cry. Your group and theirs clash moments later. A brutal fight commences. Oh, it killed my dude? Oh, y'all wrong for that. Goddamn throat kill that fool. Alright. Not digging this so much. Begin. Alright, I'm I think that's like, oh no, not cool. Yikes. Alright, I need her to, if I kick him, will it damage both of them, I wonder? She's in evade mode, huh? I halfway want to put her in another mode. Let's see, Empire. Boost defense. Yeah, let's do that. Boost initiative. I guess I can only do one per round. Ooh. That wouldn't be too bad. I think they're gonna mitigate some of that with his stance staying though. Oh no, I don't want to do all that. Never mind. You just hit him with the regular. That fool. I don't like him back there doing what he's doing. We're gonna have to chop these guys in the front up, man. You better make it good, cause I'm about to come through swinging heavy. Start working on that guy in the front. Oh man, craziness. All right, can you just like swipe both of them if you can? Oh, got a kill off one of them. Very good. His evasion is down one round. Yes, sir. Gonna knock your ass out the game too. Not enough suppressing shots. I don't like the sound of that. Hit a man with a nug. Suppression shot triggers. Oh man. Breaking uses fend off Sidarius. Aim shot. So that was weird. Made her move in. Take some damage? Not sure. Whatever. The malevolent power of Sorgar curses enemies of his lethal servants. Minus initiative and accuracy. Yeah, let's do some of that on That's a nice hit. I'm gonna have to have him rest a few turns. Not evade. I knocked her out of that. That knocked her out of that move though, so that's cool. Oh, she just moved again. There we go. is she so weak? Come on over here. Get over here! You'll never get the chance. Ooh. She still broke out of it, though. She insists on doing that unhelpful ass move. Though clearly wounded, the archer manages to get away. Her men sacrifice themselves to save her. There's no point in trying to catch her as your own companions are fairly badly bruised themselves. You trudge back to the warehouse, now secured by the Segorodites. The streets are a grim sight. Bodies or parts of them lie everywhere. Mostly abolitionists, but quite a lot of novices too. An executor reports to Sidarius. Apparently, all but a handful of the enemy was slain. While they lost a priest to 2 executors and a dozen novices, in spite of that, it is clearly visible that they are elated by the bloodshed. They have also taken a prisoner who is being questioned, as testified by the painful cries coming from the warehouse. Sidarius tells you to wait here while he personally interrogates the captive. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. I say nothing. The painful cries and sobs escalate shortly after Sidarius enters the warehouse, only turning to dead silence after a couple of minutes. The knight returns a moment later. Something tells you he got what he wanted. Surgorod is with us, Vargas. We have struck a major blow to the enemy. Judging from the contraband in this building, these abolitionists have smuggled goods they took from Comitati and other travelers for years now. The tunnel they dug under the wall that connects to the warehouse confirms this, the Black Knight says, bristling. Our prisoner was kind enough to tell us his friend's thought. Don't tell on his friends, though. There we go. Our prisoner was kind enough to tell on his friends, though. There are 3 camps hidden in Erinus Vorax, where they direct their attacks from, each no more than several days of travel from Avernum to the south and east. Our next move is to strike at these camps now that their operation in the city is eliminated. Their supporters and allies will lay low for quite a while after today's show of force. He pauses, looking at you with a piercing gaze. I have decided that we'll join your comitatus, and you'll help us seek these camps in the wasteland. I may go along with this, but you'll have to give me more than promises now. There's a hint of indignance in the Black Knight's voice as he speaks. The moment we capture their leader, that archer bitch, you'll get your reward, as well as the eternal gratitude of my order. Or are you doubting my words? To underline his point, several Segorodites move closer to you and your companions. All of a sudden, the alley feels very crowded. You do not wish to defy the will of Surgorod, do you, Vagras? Should you do so, a terrible curse will be placed on you and your crew. This geese will not be lifted until I say so. Consider your comitatus commandeered until this business is finished. From this point onwards, you and your crew will always be accompanied by Sergorodites. Javek says nothing, but you can almost feel his ire. Is it directed at you? For better or for worse, your fate seems tied to that of the abolitionists. Sidarius has joined your comitatus. Before you leave the site of the brutal fight, Sidarius turns to you. So that you know how valuable your aid is to the Empire and its tireless servants, I want you to know this. I hereby vow on the name of Sergorod that should you aid me in eliminating the threat of these abolitionists and help me capture their leader, I shall set you free from your services and see to it that you will be most handsomely rewarded. The knight has a constipated look, like someone who has a really hard time admitting something. He clears his throat. Now, I hope this suffices. Go and see your business here quickly. Go and see to your business here quickly. We set out as soon as you are able. You take your leave and trudge back to the Mancio, with your companions bruised and bone-tired. A platoon of Sergorod's executors already guard the inn by the time you get there, packed and ready to leave Avernum with you. You turn in for the night. Okay, we got some Sergorodites as well. Yeah. We get Sidarius, Sergorodites, and we lost a fighter. He died during the scuffle. I can talk to him if needed. It's all so sudden. Can you believe that it was all so simple then? Got 9 days worth of food. Did he come with any money? He did not. Yeah, I'm gonna not have nobody do none of that. And we will end the day. Cherish the day. All right, I guess it's time to leave this stink hole. Yeah, leave the settlement. You need at least 5 scouts to locate the hidden camps. Oh, so can I go back? So let's get 5 scouts. Gotta hire some scouts. Which means more mouths to feed. How many scouts do I have? I got 3. I need to hire 2. Nothing prevents you from leaving now. Nobody severely wounded. My story is in alignment. The story, the Black Knight, and we got 5 scouts. Cool. You approach the gates. Comitatus packed up and ready to go. Grim-faced Sergorodites approach you with slaves in tow that carry amphorae full of supplies. My contribution to the journey, the Black Knight says. He's got a lot of supplies. The guards check your cargo and talk to you briefly as the Comitatus moves through the gate. Did you pay your tax upon entry? Yes, I've already paid the tax. You are finally outside the gates. The Comitatus stretches out into a line and you start to head towards your destination. The wasteland awaits.
With the Black Knight's investigation concluded in Avernum, we were yet again chained to his will and purpose. Commandeered from our original venture, we set out across vast plains of sand and rock in search of escaped slaves that preyed upon travelers. We could only dream that we'd make it out of this predicament alive and could return to our journey eastwards.
Okay. So where are we going? Where's my little journal? Outlaw chieftain. Kill the outlaw chieftain. That's I think that's a bounty. Here's eliminate the first camp. Arenas Vorax. You have to locate and eliminate 3 hidden abolitionist camps in Arenas Vorax. Sizable contingent of fighters working crew. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to do that yet. Concludes Darius's investigation. I thought I did. You must save your comitatus by taking a large shipment of metal to Devon. I think I would like to finish that. So is it saying I need to do that first? Oh, abolitionist camp. Oh, okay, that's the camps. Outlaw chieftain. Why? I don't think I have a timer for this, so I'm thinking I can head to Ash, right? That's the main quest, maybe? Hold up. Let me exit out of here and just try to double check that. My main objective, I think is this one. To Devon. So where's Devon? Ah, there it is. So I could drop this old guy off, get my money, check out the town, head there to do. Then I can start heading back, and then I'll do this. Let's see if this game will allow me to do that in that order. So then I need to start heading this way, right? To whatever town. What is this place? Ash? Yeah. East. So yeah. The duties pane is now active. Navigate to it by clicking assign deputies. The deputies pane, my bad. Alright, deputies. Assign deputies. Navigate to it by clicking assign. By clicking deputies, top left sheet. It's not letting me do it. Deputies are your officers in the comitatus. On this pane, you can assign your companions to deputy roles and check what boons each deputy provides. You can assign a companion to a deputy role by dragging and dropping the portrait, blah blah. One companion can only fill one role, even if they're eligible for more. The maximum number of assigned deputy roles depends on your authority, your leader characteristic. Assigned deputies unlock new equipment, slots for comitatus. can only assign or remove deputy roles while in camp or resting. Assign Morwen to the Scoutmaster deputy role. What is 1 max movement, 15 scouting base chance. Alright. Okay. How do I close this? Did I unlock any more slots? I don't know. Check my companions, make sure whether or not they leveled or anything like that. The top X button will close it. Okay. Just to make sure I don't have any levels. Alright, so I could. Okay, cool. Alright, I think I can end the day. Oh no, I wanted to get some of this going. 70% chance of failure. That does not make me happy. 14% chance to get success on supplies. 62% chance of failure. 28% chance of victory. It's crazy. Alright. Fail. Nobody was harmed. That's good. The scouting icon is now active on the node radio menu. Click on the node you currently occupy and look at the icon. Nah, it's 50 feet that either you hit or you don't. Alright, let's see. Click on the thing so we can scout. Is that? Oh, okay, this is different. Scouting allows you to gather information about what is going to happen in nearby nodes before committing your comitatus to a path forward. This is done by sending your scouts out. Scouting is divided into 2 categories: manual scouting and auto scouting. Both forms serve the purpose of revealing important information about the combat encounters, hunting, foraging, and events in the surrounding area. Manual scouting covers anything from node you occupy to a larger surrounding area that stretches out far into the distance. The more distance covered, the higher the movement points. The amount of movement points needed is also dependent on the number of scouts you choose to send and the extent of the area you elect to cover surrounding the comitatus. Sheesh. These factors, among others, also indicate your probability of success or failure, as indicated beside odds. The color icons represent different things that you can find, and the upward arrow on the right in the right side allows you to use resourcefulness to guarantee results in specific category. Cool. Regardless of your normal chances to succeed or fail at scouting. Scouting is not without risks. Your scouts may not return in case of a failure. Use the plus button to set up a minimum scouting distance of 3. Okay. Let's see, I changed my numbers. 55%. Larger area reduces the odds of success. Huh. All right. Then click on the send scouts. Guaranteed. Oh, I want some guaranteed success in supplies for food. So I might play with that right now. I got the points too. You can now see the results of your scouting. The success of your scouting in each direction is indicated by the chevron icons next to the numbered emblems. These emblems are also shown on the campaign map when they remain and can be checked for 3 in-game days. mousing over them brings up the same percentage-based information that is normally shown in a list format on the scouting UI. For each node where scouting was successful, percentages appear with icons related to your certain encounter types. The scroll indicates an event, either a priority or chance. The axe indicates combat, and a crossed out circle indicates a chance nothing will happen. Okay, so events 100% in both ways. And the arrow and berries beside represents hunting and foraging based successes on that node respectively. Oh, I want hunting. In case of the critical success, you get more precise information. The blue scroll icon indicates an available priority. Blue scroll. While the golden scroll indicates a random event. General or specific of the region failed. The scouting provides no further information. Some people might die. Okay, so it says if I mouse over. Oh, okay. Around here. With that, the tutorial of Pillars of the Wastelands that comes to an end. Cool. The scenario itself goes on for quite a while after this. However, you can pursue the story to its end or leave for now and jump into the main campaign. If you continue Pilgrims of the Wasteland, you might experience a marked rise in difficulty and a lack of hand-holding if you continue Pilgrims of the Wasteland. This is intentional. Completing the scenario is by no means an easy endeavor, so remember that. You can always return to it once you are more experienced with the game in general. Okay. Well, I guess I will continue it a little bit and we'll see how we do. Today seems kind of odd. The Comitatus starts early, the beasts and the crew work hard, and the scouts do not report anything out of the ordinary. Even the grub for lunch tastes better than usual. There is no need for setting anyone right, and the Comitatus covers a bit more distance in the afternoon. It is a good day. Today was a good day. Acquire supplies. Let's do that. How you do that? As an alternative to acquiring supplies when you camp, at the end of the day, you may also acquire supplies during the day. These can often be useful as the node you choose to hunt or forage on may have significant impact on the results. Yeah, these results look like garbage. It's going to cost me 2 movements, whatever. Go. Nobody was harmed. We failed, but we did get 6. So, yay, I guess. All right. We got 8 movement points. 4 here. We'll move here. And let's camp. Postguards. Oh, that's not cool. So what do I need? You need 11 fighters and outriders. So I need 11 fighters and outriders, or a total of both of them combined, or 8 at the cost of 1. So we out here just no defense. Oh boy. Something. Okay. Critical fail. All right, we got some days to cover. That's way back there. I'm not gonna do any extra scouting or anything tonight. Take a look at the map, make sure we're moving okay. Ooh, halfway there. Man, we got a long way to go. Probably should have stopped by this outpost. If I can save here. All right. It's crazy up to the north. That's what them ghosts said, huh? I might send some scouts out. Ooh, this one looks good for foraging. Number 2, is that it right there? Yeah. All right, we got some food. Camp. And the day. I don't know if that's it right there where I need to be. I don't see it connected though, so that's yeah, Ash, that's where I'm trying to go. It's not gonna let me go there. That seems problematic. I'm getting low on money. Oh, so okay, I'm not gonna be able to do that. You have to finish these quests before it opens up. Oh, so I've just wasted a lot of travel time and resources doing that. Let's camp. 4 days worth of food. I'm trying to get to this outpost. The Comitatus makes its way across the jagged, bone-hued reaches of the Smolderbone Flats when you glimpse a rather distinct formation from afar. First, you believe it to be an unusually tall rock, but that observation is only half true. Upon approach, you realize it is some kind of watchtower carved out from one of the region's characteristic natural stone spires. Its entrance is shielded by an awning, and several guardsmen loiter around it. They appear quite relaxed, from which you conclude that there must be other, unseen, maybe even magical security around. Atop the tower, a ragged flag thrashes about, depicting a manticore, clearly the crest of the Venari trading house. Based upon the fact that you are in one of Smolderbone's more volcanic territories, you have a pretty good guess as to what this building might be. The entrance to one of the several underground mushroom plantations in the area. Although you don't really deem this place dangerous, you also have more important things to attend to. Yeah, I'm gonna trade. The guards at the entrance get somewhat more attentive as you stride towards them, but still not exactly worried or alert. You'd say they are used to dealing with Komatani, and being in the employ of merchants might even welcome them. The way they address you supports this assumption. Well met, Vargas. Vagras, if you wish to trade, the Omphalat outpost welcomes you. Step inside, but first leave all your weapons to our care. Rest assured, they will be returned once you depart. We'll be hospitable. We'll abandon our weapons and enter Ophalat outpost. You entrust your weapons to the guards and enter the tower, followed by only some of your closest companions. Several watchmen escort you down to a spiral staircase worked into the malleable ground. Unsurprisingly, the tower was just a front for the volcanic cavern sprawling beneath the surface. Descending onto a complex array of vast racks carved from bone, you finally enter a huge subterranean grotto of pale luminescence. The place is riddled with a sweet, musky scent and tall, tree-like fungi, each of them gently glowing in the dark. Between them, there are small huts of clay and a multitude of workers scurrying around the stems doing harvest work. Some on ladders, some on ropes dangling from the caps high above. Again, others tending to the mushrooms with fertilizers and dung. A pale, half-naked man with exceptionally bulbous eyes walks towards you smiling, arms wide open. Ah, new business partners, I reckon. Welcome! It's been quite a while since we've had the pleasure to speak with fellow merchants. My name is Kutath, and I am the superintendent of this humble farming operation of the Venari Trading Company. How may I assist you? My perceptive perk is jiggling. Kuath looks like he's a bit on edge. Maybe you should press him about that. Although he tries to hide it, Superintendent Kuath is visibly nervous. Is there some kind of problem, you ask? Oh, what? A problem? No, nothing that should concern you. Just the regular stress of being responsible for everything around here. Two resourcefulness. I do have six. Maybe this would be a time to utilize Javek's talents. You give your companion a sign to help you out a bit with convincing the superintendent. Or, what is this rolling against? Charismatic 6%. I'm going to try my talk chance. Come now. You can tell me. Maybe I can help. Try to persuade him to talk. Test success. So be it, but not here. Follow me. Wath leads you to a small cavern opening from the back wall of the larger grotto and separated by a crag curtain from the rest of the farm. Judging from the piles of scrolls stacked on the desk on the shelves, this must be his office. Even most of the workers don't know, hence the need for privacy. I'm not sure I can trust you, and I am in dire need of someone competent, or at least more mobile than me. Spit it out. Superintendent Kuath sighs. Might as well tell you. A couple of months ago, our mushrooms started withering, nay, rotting, which is a bit strange for something that thrives on rot. To begin with, my best guess is that after extinguishing the upper layers of the soil, we dug too deep and unleashed something. Maybe some kind of magical effect. Some anomaly? A residue from the calamity. We didn't even notice it in the beginning because apparently the rot eats the fungi from inside. The first sign was when some of the workers started getting sick. Oh, it's not exactly lethal, at least not right away. But it dehydrates and weakens anyone who digests the mushrooms to a degree that makes survival in the wasteland extremely difficult, if not outright impossible. And then there's the spores that might spread the contagion further. You listen as the superintendent goes on. It doesn't appear to be very contagious, of course, but we quarantine the afflicted. Only a few select workers now. The rest were told it's a case of scurvy, which is quite believable as we tend to follow a rather simple diet down here. Meanwhile, we had just enough upper caves left to keep on harvesting healthy specimens for a while. Seeing your alarmed expression, he adds, Oh, don't worry. Should you have purchased some of our goods already, let me assure you that we still have a large quantity of uncontaminated mushrooms. We are looking for profit. Yes, but that doesn't include losing our potential long-term customers to disease. You must understand that this whole operation was entrusted to me, and my Venari superiors are unforgiving, to put it mildly. I hope I could find a remedy before it's too late, but now I must admit I'm at my wit's end. You seem to be someone of vast resources. Maybe you could help me out. I wouldn't be ungrateful. I'm not sure I'm the right person for the job, but let's see. What would you have me do? First, you might want to take a look at some of the contaminated fungi. Who knows, maybe with the right skills you could come to some conclusion right here. Else, if you don't think you're up to the task, or quite understandably do not want to risk getting infected, there is a sorcerer acquaintance of mine dwelling in Avernum. I have a few samples stowed away in vials which make it safe to carry them. Maybe you could bring them there and see what he makes of them. I would like to not get no funky bug. Hmm. I'd rather take the samples to that sorcerer in Avernum. Right, says the superintendent. The sorcerer's name is Icanus. Or Incanus. He lives in the tower near the Villa district of Avernum. There is an ongoing agreement between him and the House of Venari, so he will be sure to help. Anyway, just feel safe, and just to be safe, I'll give you a letter of good conduct. Also, I think it's best if two of my agents accompany you so they can vouch for you and bring back any news or results. Wouldn't want to run unnecessary errands. Don't worry, they won't be bothering you much. And of course, as I said, there's a reward. Let's say 2/5 of a stack in advance. Agreed, but first I'd like to purchase some fungi from the uninfected stock. You visit Master Prufregard, the trader outpost. We get 20 mushrooms. House Venari agents joins our comitatus, and we're getting low on money. Business. Let's see what we got here.
Excuse me.
These things are kind of expensive. Nah, I'm good. I don't want to spend no more money. You ascend the racks of the spiral staircase as you return to the surface tower. The guards hand back your weapons, and you return to the comitatus. Let's go, folks. I'm done here. Now I gotta go back to damn Avernum. A little bit of food. We got 4 days worth of food each. Mm. 100% chance of no success. Well, it's not a critical failure. It's just 100% chance of failure. Right? Is that what I'm reading? 0% chance of critical failure. Might as well, shit. Nah, actually, because I want to get a full day of travel. I don't want to waste none of my travel, so let's just rest. A full 12 travel points. $11 travel points. Maybe 11 travel points and 1 scout. I could scout if I wanted, right? Or acquire supplies. 50 chance, 50%. Oh yeah, that's not bad right there. I like that. Nobody was harmed. We failed, but we still got some supplies. That's good. Whatever shuts down the chance of failure. Oh, I thought we rested. Oh no. Now I can rest. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sell some stuff again. Quick camp and auto march can make exploration easier. While they are turned off by default, you can turn them on in the option menu under game settings. Toggling auto marks will make it so that when you choose to travel beyond your normal movement, MP, your comitatus will proceed and expend march points automatically. No, I'm good. I'm good with all that. Alright, I do want to go into the town. What? They still trying to charge me? For taxes? Lame. It's not very pricey. Alright, so we've come back to Avernum. Let's holler at the wizard. Do you know what to make of this? You hold the Venari agents. You and the Venari agents show him the letter and the infected mushroom sample. The sorcerer takes a quick look at the letter, the sample, and takes them to his study, asking you to wait. He emerges a half an hour later, letting you know that the infection is part natural and part enchantment. It causes the spores to become extremely invasive to vertebrate life, attacking their lungs and throats, but withering and dying when not attached to hosts. Yet, when digested, the infection only causes prolonged weakness and dehydration. Whoever did this wants to cripple the colony. Whoever did this wants to cripple the colony by destroying crops and workers alike, says one of the agents stoppingly. Oh, well, see, I'm reading that wrong. I cannot confirm or deny this, Incanna says in a monotonous voice. You can now undo most of the harm if you act quickly. The agents take notes on how to use medicinal herb concoctions and simple enchantments to undo the infection. They hand over a small purse as a token of Venari gratitude and tell you they'll make their own way back to Enfalant Outpost. You take a reward and prepare to leave. The agents go on their separate ways. That's cool. I'm so glad I ain't got to take them back. That was not worth it. That one little change of money. Lame. Sheesh. Yeah, my coffers are looking pretty thin. And I'm gonna need some more days of supplies. Ugh. I guess I need to head south. I might sell some iron. Alright, that's got us good with the cash. Double check my companions, see if they leveled or anything like that. She did not. Oh, this guy needs to level, damn. Kind of sandbagging on him. History. Give him a spot of history. Survival, always good. Scouting, yeah. Save some of these for some of his skills. Vengeance. Increased accuracy. Ooh, increased damage. I like that. It costs 7 proficiency. The measures the character's physical. Let's give him a bump of that. More than one foe. That costs 7. I want the unholy strike. Prowess 3 is needed to level that. Where's prowess? I don't see prowess in here. Oh, what? Hold up. Strong-minded 3. I still didn't see prowess though, but whatever. Mighty 4. Okay, looks like all our starter stuff is learned. Tough 4 would be good. I don't have any 1 points to earn. I think Javek, yeah, he's good. Okay, cool. We got everybody skilled up and learned up. And we got a little bit of money. Feel better about that, but I'm about to sink that right back into supplies. Allegedly. See, shift click to buy specific amounts. 1 stack. Only 4 days, man. That's crazy. Seven days. All right. We're just going to have to roll with 7 days. Oh, you know what? I was thinking about grabbing some more. I needed something more earlier. Anyway, I might have already done it. Yeah, let's go. I've already paid the tax. The wasteland awaits. All right, we got a little bit of money exchange. Need to be heading south. Ultra Roar. Let's take a look at that map. This little town. One village. Little village. We'll stop by there and see if we can. What's popping, what's moving, what's shaking. Oh, I didn't exactly want to camp, but we're here now, might as well. You have experienced rising disobedience amongst your involuntary workforce. Something is bound to happen when slaves are disgruntled thusly. Deaths are always a sign of that morale and discipline are severely impaired in the comitatus. Oh, what? It also appears that has come to pass with you now, as a random inventory and goods reveals some of your wares have been stolen. Motherfuckers. Perhaps the perpetrators hid them somewhere. It's not even full search. Everybody's belongings reveal them according to your guards. It must have been the slaves. Scrap metal. Oh my god. Liberate them. That's not setting a good precedence. Obedience so low. I think on the next rest I might free a slave and try to get some obedience points back. Oh, they got free ones here? What? Commentators have been seen better days. Your comms are in a pretty foul mood. My comitatus. Perhaps you can still turn things around. You change the mood. Worse, you only annoy people by trying. God damn it. All the bickering and grumbling results in work not being done properly, which slows you down in turn. God dang it. -3 movement. Well, we're here now, I guess. We need more fighters. Oh, you don't know what they do in the tutorial? Well, damn. So the fighters is gonna help keep up obedience. You need 8. That's what I was looking to buy. 11 to be partially. 11. I only have 5. Oh, I can only hire 7. Well, we are poorly defended, so yay. Young warriors prompt. Sure. Oh, I guess I missed that. A group of young warriors. Here we go. They're eyeing you intently. Ultravor, home of the eponymous Ultravor tribe of fire worshippers. This village is one of the few permanent settlements the Sardarar folk have, poised on the edge of large barren plateau, protected from the raging heat of nearby lava lakes. Rows of soot-covered sandstone houses and tents await visitors. Everything is painted orange and red, the holy colors of the great fire spirits. Clothes, awnings, banners, and even faces. For the young Ultvoror warriors are talking. 4 young Ultvoror warriors are talking in hushed tones next to a row of tents. They greet you politely when you approach them and ask them why they've been staring at you. We heard your tribe travels the sands and may go far to far away lands. The oldest of them says, "The fire in our hearts compels us to seek what is over the horizon. If you wish, we would join your tribe and fight for you." You can hire them if you're looking for warriors, or to play into their sense of destiny and curiosity. I'm gonna try to get them to join for free. It's an honor to travel with such a renowned comitatus. You shall fight for your tribe then, out of honor. The young warrior says they grab their gear and join the comitatus. However, upon their joining, it quickly turns out that you haven't paid them a recruiting fee, and this makes your comms disgruntled because they think it was less than fair to the what? And we lost some morale. Not happy. Let's see. We got some fighters. Where is my morale points? They gotta be pretty low. I think everybody's pretty sad. Minus 20%. Morale is kicking my butt right now. Yes. Crew. I was thinking about. You need 9.4 workforce range. Oh, I think I can afford to get rid of 1 or 2 of these guys and get some obedience back. Ugh. Consumption is worse now. that? Beast of Burden. Right. I was tempted to sell some stuff. Not much that I have here that I can sell. I can sell my iron. Ooh, they want some good money for that. Sheesh. Yeah, I'll sell you a piece. I think. There we go. Alright, let me see if they got some food supplies. They do. Let's buy a stack. Six days worth. 9 days worth. Looks good. Looks good. You can disband some workers. It'll help consumption monthly. You know. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. How many do you need? You need 9414. So how do you disband these? Oh yeah, the decanter. All right, hopefully that'll be good for now. Their consumption is still pretty high though. All right, that should be good. Encampment in a cave. Let's buy that. All right. I think that's good. I'm going to leave. Trying to get to Vitrar. So south it is. Oh, we need to rest though. There. We can rest in town. That'll be better. You want to go to Avernum here? Well, they be paying some crap wages. All right. Pretty sneaky, sis. Nah, and they. Alright, let's us move. I might scout tomorrow. Of course it's behind us. Whatever. The Comitatus have seen better days. In fact, your comms are in a pretty foul mood. What? You can't look up. What? Hey, Holly gets fed up being treated like dirt, decides to leave. What the We just lost another worker. What is going on? What? Like, I got food. Like, what the hell? They're submissive. Oh, I've probably maxed marks too many times. Combat strength. Oh, this. Well, I'm trying to get my morale higher. I think staying in we could have stayed in better quarters. I think that would have increased it, but still, that would only increase it by 1 point. That is not enough. That is not enough. They don't need no money. They need to work without issue. That's what they need. That's what'll do them good. Oh, pay him twice? Ah, yeah, I could. I think I've got the money for that. Let's do that. Yeah, that works. 14 fighters, huh? That would be cool. I have to keep that in mind. I'm not gonna pay him twice that much next time. Can I get here on 1 March? We'll do 2 marches. Right? On to Vitar. Vitrar. Rest by the lakes, they look tranquil and inviting. Perhaps they can seek out shamans, perhaps they can aid you in your journey. Hidden among the endless sand dunes of the deep forest is the sacred lush oasis of the Shajirar water worshippers, Vitrar. The clear pools and streams running through the primitive aqueducts are kept blessed by the blue-clad shamans and guarded fiercely by the warriors of the tribe. Yet no soul would ever dream of fouling the waters of Vitrar. The oasis is simply too valuable for all travelers of the searing plains. I don't want to hire any more scouts. Let's see. The water shamans, led by the Vitrar tribe, oversee the waters of the lakes and caverns in the protected oasis. They are calm and peaceful, just like the element they worship, and are always open to talk to outsiders. The council hall is a great wooden building that stands on the stilts over the largest lake of the oasis. Many steps lead down into the waters of the lake, and there are countless pools inside the spacious halls. Carpets and banners in 100 hues of blue cover the walls, while vines climb the pillars and hang from roof beams. Acolytes offer you fresh, cool water as a token of greeting, and lead you into the council chamber where the water shamans sit in a pool lit by fluorescent algae. After discussing urgent matters, the shamans turn to you and ask kindly how they can be of assistance to you and your crew. I don't think we need healing. Medical supplies would be nice. I'm running low on money. I'll take leave. Let's rest by the lakes. You settle down. You decide to take your crew and rest by one of the lakes of the oasis. Bathing is allowed by the Vitrar, and your calms plan on doing just that. They also brought some booze. Soon, laughter and splashing fills the air and the shade below the billowing palm trees. Some of your crew simply lie down on the soft sand and take a nap. You settle down in the shade too and rest your eyes in the cool breeze. You wake up in a few hours and feel rested. It was time well spent on a little recreation. The crew thanks you for the chance to rest. Yay. Our movement has been lost a little bit. We got some bigger back. Cool, cool. Yeah, let's head out of here, I guess. Take a look at the markets. See if there's anything of note. About mushrooms. What would they take? It looks like they won't buy mushrooms. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they will. Not for much money though. Not enough for me to care. Although I am thinking about selling. I'm gonna sell this ivory. Just get it out of my inventory. All right. Let us leave. That's six. One round and a rest. 6 days worth of food. Alright, we are. Oh, I said I need to have a bunch of people with me before I did this, didn't it? Oh, this is the outlaw camp. The outlaw chieftain. How do you get more people in for combat? Alright, camping. Oh, morale looks really good. Keep an eye on that stuff. Well, I got 4 days worth of food to go. Money in the bank still. Is that where we're going? Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Man, I don't. Let me do this. Mark location remain visible. So is it marked now? That's what I was looking for on the damn map. Is it this one? I have no clue. Damn it. I just wasted a lot of time. It's not making that very well on. So it's saying it could be any of these nodes, like. Yeah, so So you just gotta. Yeah, I was gonna send the scout. Hopefully, now that I'm in the area, that will help out. Maybe that's it. Scouts report seeing signs of an encampment among the dunes. It is poorly hidden, Vegris. They either trust the place to be avoided due to the quicksand in all directions, or they don't give a damn. The scout who returned after seeing the camp from afar reports the relatively flat terrain makes approach easier, but may make it easier for the Comitatus to be spotted. I think I will send some scouts in this to investigate. Having been instructed on approach angles and how far to go, your scouts disappear into the dunes and return in half an hour. They successfully circumnavigated the camp, counted the tents, and assessed the defenses. The camp has all sorts of folks, Vagris, mostly armed slaves and outlaws. It is certainly one of the camps we're looking for. A large man with sandy hair seems to be in command, currently enjoying a meal of the company of several slave women and the company. The camp is unaware as far as I can tell. For now, for how long though, can't say. Darius looks at you impatiently. Time to decide what to do. This is four outriders. I only have one. That would be cool, but I don't have the resources for it. I know I don't have to beat this, so I ain't tripping. So I think I'm just gonna try to fight and see what happens. Armed and ready for battle, your fighting crew approach among the dunes, accompanied by the Sergorodite contingent led by Sidarius. You're halfway to the encampment when a shrill war cry rings out, and a large group of armed men charge you. In a matter of moments, a fierce melee is underway. The enemy seems to be a ragtag band of outlaws and liberated slaves, but they put up quite a fight. There's no time for elaborate strategies, yet your orders will surely decide the fate of many today. The battle commences. Success. Oh, lame. We lost 3 fighters, 2 workers, and 1 outrider. As Covius, the escaped gladiator and leader of the encampment, enters the fray with his most trusted men, your people start to fall left and right. There's no chance he can turn the tide now, but he could still cause a lot of damage. So you and your companions regroup immediately and deal with the outlaw chieftain. Sidarius emerges out of the melee and leaps at your side. We attack Covius and his escort. Well, damn. That's crazy. Why in the hell we be getting like 2 people? Anyway. Very good. I'm gonna wham-a-lam on this fool. Just gonna get him out the game right now. Damn. Let's give her some buffs. Right on time, apparently. Think we need to both start working on that food right there. What's this do? Yeah, let's do that. Man, this dude gonna take forever to kill. Bull rushes, yeah, I see that. Dang it, I'm trying to hit that other guy. Not cool, not cool, not cool. That dude's gonna be very hard to kill. And you can't really be moved and stuff. What? Let's see if we can mentally move him. Yeah, let's put him in timeout for a minute. Nice. Get him some power back. That was good. I had that attack buffed, so that worked out. I'll have him skip one more turn. Not what I wanted. Ugh. All right. Is that accuracy and damage? Yeah, it is. All right. Keep up the sustained attack on him. A little bit of a smack. Ooh, nice block, my man. Yeah, we should get him on this next round. Let's see misses, because yay. All right. Now it's just this one fella left. Smackle. Ooh, nice 7-point crit. All right, cool. People are hurt pretty bad though. The battle is over, and your crew is victorious. Blood pools in the sand, and the death rattles of dying men and women fills the dunes. Covius is among the wounded. It seems he would live if given care. However, his chances of survival start to look less and less rosy when Sidarius grabs him by the neck and drags him aside to execute him. He doesn't even protest in his weakened and defeated state. Sidarius raises his great sword over his head. Covius the coward, I hereby sentence you to death in the name of the Empire, the Triumvirate, and His Eternal Majesty Valen Zivarius, for the crimes of being an escaped slave, for killing Imperial citizens, and for joining the abolitionists. Covius drawls, but the steel blade falls, and his head falls with it. Sidarius walks away unceremoniously to tend to his wounds, and your crew watching with fear and revulsion in their eyes. Later, you have your scouts preserve the head in a jar. In the meantime, your crew binds the few enemy survivors. This abolitionist camp has been eliminated, and your business here is concluded. You loot the camp and get ready to leave. Okay, we got some slaves, some medicals, bogweed, okay, some salt, scrap metal, very good, and some supplies. Alright, the wasteland awaits you. That was not a total bust. So let me look at the map again. Okay, so we found that guy. Okay. I think I understand a little bit more now. But that is actually going to conclude where we are today. We've been at this thing for about 4 hours, so I think that's going to be pretty good for now. And we shall return as the days come by, go along. And what a time it's been. Let me see, can I save my game? It will not let me save. I'm going to be so mad if I have to do that over. I just never know where the save points are. Anyway, I'm going to exit to main menu now. But // thank you for coming through, and thank everybody in chat that was hanging out. Don't forget, when you get your hands on that keyboard, joystick, gamepad, mouse, or light gun, you be sure to game it good, and we'll catch you on the next one.